Internet, I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. We are having a night tonight. It's getting warm again. It was really nice yesterday. Yesterday and the day before, it was gorgeous, especially after, Monday, Tuesday, it was so hot. Even if you were, sitting right in front of a fan, it was just unbearably hot. I had two of the laziest pets. They had no interest in doing anything at all, aside from just laying on the floor. And Bo never lays on the floor. He's always on a blanket or his puppy bed or a pillow or the couch. And usually he's under one of those because he likes to be extra warm, but it was too much for him. I soaked him down a few times. The first time he was like, "What are you doing? I don't want a bath." But then I think he put two and two together that it cooled him down. Because he would come up and kind of ask me to soak him again. So I soaked him down 4 times and he really seemed to be liking it. Because it made him cool down enough that he could go lay on his blankie. Because I think he was upset that he couldn't go on his blanket because it was too hot. But if Mommy cooled him down, then he can go on the blanket and have a proper nap. But he pretty much didn't nap for 2 days. So then all day Wednesday, he was just sleep. Because I guess he was making up for missed naps. Which I think he's still doing, honestly. He's got a schedule to keep. And when something throws that off, it's not great for him. So, last week we finished the party and went home, discovered it's not safe. He still has the world's shittiest security for somebody so rich. And then we got them going out on the boat, which is mysteriously named after his mother, which is still weird. There's a lot of highlighting, because there were a lot of WTF lines. Though I think him arguing when he demanded that she take a different form of birth control because he didn't trust her to keep with the pill, and she's like, "It's my body," and he's like, "It's mine too." I think that is probably one of the worst ever. Yeah, just kind of personifies his entire viewpoint that he literally has ownership and dominion over just her entire being, including the right to tell her what to do with her body, which is just, it is more gross now than it probably was then, but even then, still a disgusting sentiment. They had a few unsatisfying sex scenes. And he tried to talk her out of going back to work, which will become a recurring theme, even though neither of them actually work when at work. So he has reluctantly agreed that she may go to work, but only if one of the bodyguards is literally standing next to her all of the time. Because that's not gonna make the new girl the complete talk of the office already. And this is before anyone has found out that he owns, that he has bought the company. She knows that. She knows that now. And was unhappy about it, rightfully so. Not that he cared, or he didn't seem capable of understanding why this upset her a lot. Because of course not. Why should he have anything resembling empathy or understanding or, thinking like normal people? Stuffy does. Hopefully we'll have a good night with chapter 5. I think we'll get all the way through the chapter because it is roughly 40 pages, which is usually the goal. There are quite a lot of emails in it, though, so we may even get further. Depends how the night goes. One thing I can never predict is pacing. I try to keep to 10 pages an hour, but sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. Sometimes we get interrupted, sometimes I go on a rant, It's all just whatever's going on. Okay, that will about do it. YouTube should have stopped listening. So, all rise for our national anthem, please. Check the volume, and we're good.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay. Okay, glad I didn't accidentally click on something else that I don't know. Now I'm wishing I'd put concealer on. I didn't because it's very hot today. But now my face looks all red and splotchy. Oh well. It's the internet. It's not like anybody will judge me for my looks or my bad skin. Or the fact that I have a huge red mark here that I didn't know about. Okay, really wishing I'd put concealer on, but fuck it. I almost forgot how to introduce the ducks. Oh, the audio will stop. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise Pongo, Mitch, Sasu, Bob with 2 B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, and Jeeps. And we have new ducks. The bag they came in wasn't big enough for me to stick my hand in and move them around. They're a little smaller than those ones, but they do have a lot of different ones that we don't already have. Some of them are just like plain though, so I'm gonna paint on them and make them into something else. But these got here like an hour ago, so I haven't even had a chance to like go through them or anything and like pick out the ones that need to be repainted. So if I draw a duck tonight that needs repainting, I'll put it back and draw a different one. Is the plan. Reminder that ducks are $10. Our very real handcuffs are $25 for 20 pages. And for 50, I will chug a glass of wine without knocking over all the things on my desk. Really wishing it was an hour later so I could start drinking heavily. And if my voice goes up and down in terms of volume, it's because I'm having an ear thing where I had like a blockage on this side. I didn't know I had a bit of a cotton bud stuck in there. So I got it out, but now it's like the pressure's not like equalized yet. So it keeps like going blocked and then I can't hear. Ugh. I did get an olive oil spray to like help clear it up, so I'm hoping that helps. I mean, I at least figure it couldn't hurt. I know it is like a natural remedy, and it's olive oil. It's not going to do any damage, so. Ugh, snifflies. Okay, we're only on chapter 5, and we're like halfway through. Ugh. It's because this has huge ass chapters. So it is now Monday, June 13th, 2011. Oh, that is creepily close to right now. That is really creepy, actually. If we catch up to the actual day and month that it is right now, even though the year's way off, that's going to be really creepy. Seattle's morning news wakes me with a report about the Angels' upcoming game with the Mariners. When I turn my head, Anna is awake and watching me. "Good morning," she says with a bright smile. She caresses my stubbly cheek with her fingers and kisses me. "Good morning, baby." I'm surprised that I've slept so long. I usually wake before the alarm goes off. "It's set so early," Anna whines. "That it is, Miss Steele. I have to get up." I kiss her and bound out of bed. In my closet, I pull on my sweats and grab my iPod. I check on Anna before I leave. She's gone back to sleep. Good. She's had an action-packed weekend. As have I. Yes, what a weekend. I resist the urge to kiss her goodbye and let her sleep. Glancing through the windows, I see the sky is overcast, but I don't think it's raining. I'll chance a run rather than my gym. "Mr. Gray." Ryan accosts me in the foyer. "Good morning, Ryan." "Sir, you're going out?" He probably thinks he needs to join me. "I'll be fine, Ryan, thank you." Yeah, dude, that's the point of having private security. They go where you go." "Mr. Taylor, I'll be fine." I step into the elevator and leave Ryan in the foyer looking uncertain, probably second guessing his decision. Yeah, because his job is to go with you. So he's probably going to get told off for not. Layla was never one for an early morning. Just like Anna. I think I'll be safe. If you have to include the words "I think," then you're doing something wrong. It's drizzling outside, but I don't care. With Bittersweet Symphony blasting in my ears, I set off, sprinting down 4th Avenue. My mind clouds with chaotic images of all that's happened over the last few days. Anna at the ball, Anna on my boat, Anna at the hotel. Anna, Anna, Anna. My life has been completely overturned to the point that I'm not sure I recognize myself. Okay, dude, like seriously, you have not changed. You have added a person to your inner circle, but you have not changed. Elena's words come back to haunt me. "Hello." "Hi, persnickety, glad to see you." "Aw, good girl, Sasha. Give her love for me. Tell her good luck with the rabbits." I'm sure she's a very happy girl. I'm also sure she's hoping to run into other people who will pet her while she's being walked. Because, anyone who's not mommy, that's bonus pets. And somehow that translates into she's a very good girl because otherwise strangers wouldn't pet her. Bo has the same mentality. He gets absolutely ecstatic when, delivery guys pet him or, mail carriers or something. He's the happiest dog. And then he looks at me like, did you see? Did you see? Did you see the other person petted me? I must be the best dog in the whole world because somebody else petted me. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They take such pride in other people loving on them. Oh yeah, makes Bo's absolute day if a stranger pets him. He's so happy. Elena's words come back to me. Have you turned your back on who you are? Have I? I can't change. The words from the song echo through my head. You haven't tried. Not really. It's been like less than a week. This doesn't count as change. Plus, you haven't changed. Oh, the crackling in my ears is gonna drive me crazy. Genuinely thought I was too old for ear infections or something. I don't know for sure they have one, but just the pressure and the blocked stuffy feeling. Ugh. I'm hoping to wake up much better tomorrow. And I'm trying to keep the hell out of my head because it's triggering AF. The truth is I like being in her company. I like having her in my home. I'd like her to stay. Permanently. She's brought humor, restful sleep, vitality, and love into my monochrome existence. I didn't know I was lonely until I met her. But she won't want to move in, will she? While Layla's still at large, it makes sense for her to stay. But once she's found, Anna will go. I can't make her stay. Well, you make her do literally everything else. So, excuse me, hiccups. So making her stay kinda, right in your wheelhouse, and I'm betting you will. No part of me would like to. But in the interim, if she ever finds out the truth about me, she'll leave and never want to see me again. No one can love a monster. But when she leaves, hell. I run harder and faster, trying to clear my confusion until I'm conscious of only my bursting lungs and my Nikes hitting the ground. Kind of surprised he wears Nikes. Mrs. Jones is in the kitchen when I get back from my run. Good morning, Gail. Mr. Gray, good morning. Did Taylor tell you about Layla? Yes, sir. I hope you find her. She needs help. Gail's face is full of concern. She does. I understand Miss Steele is still here. She gives me that weird little smile that she has whenever we talk about Anna. Yeah, because her staff's probably going since when does he, treat a girl like not a fuck doll? Some of the time. I think she'll be staying as long as Layla's a threat. She'll need a packed lunch today. Okay, what would you like for breakfast? Scrambled eggs, toast. Very good, sir. Once I'm showered and dressed, I decide to wake Anna. She's still fast asleep. I kiss her temple. Come on, sleepyhead, get up. I'm a sleepyhead. I'm not really. Her eyes open and close again, and she takes a deep breath. What? I ask. I wish you'd come back to bed. Don't tempt me, baby. You are insatiable, Miss Steele. As much as that idea appeals, I have an 8:30 meeting, so I have to go shortly. Wow, he's actually going to work. That hasn't happened in probably the last 200 pages. What do you bet something happens and he leaves the meeting to go be at her side? I predict yes. Startled, Anna looks at the clock, pushes me aside to leap out of bed, and dashes into the bathroom. Shaking my head, amused at her sudden burst of energy, I pop a few condoms into my pants pocket and saunter into the kitchen for some breakfast. He just said he doesn't have time for sex. He just literally said he does not have time for sex because he has a meeting and he's putting condoms in his pocket. Yeah, he's definitely going to at least drop by for like a lunchtime quickie. You never know, Gray. I've learned it's good to be prepared around Anastasia Steele. Because what, you might fuck her while you eat your breakfast? Like, I'm sure he's done that as well. Mrs. Jones is making coffee. Your scrambled eggs will be ready in a moment, Mr. Gray. Great. Anna will join me shortly. Shall I make her scrambled eggs? I think she likes pancakes and bacon. Gail places the coffee and my breakfast on one of the places she set at the kitchen counter. Anna appears about 10 minutes later wearing some of the clothes I bought her. A silk blouse and a gray skirt. She looks different, sophisticated, elegant. She is beautiful. Not a gauche student, but a confident young working woman. Clothes can make a big difference. No, I'm never, ever, ever, ever forgiving the movie for deliberately, and this is on the behind the scenes. They said it, not me. They said that in the initial scene where she goes to interview him and falls into the room, they deliberately dressed her like, and I quote, a kindergartner going to school for her first day. There's something very fucked up about that. I approve and I wrap my arm around her. You look lovely, I say, kissing her behind her ear. My only misgivings about her appearance is that she has to spend time looking like this with her boss. Because he thinks everybody's trying to get into her pants. Don't dwell, Gray. This is her choice. She wants to work. And you already bought the place, so you're being massively overprotective. I release her when Gail places her breakfast on the bar. Good morning, Miss Steele, she says. Oh, thank you. Good morning, Hannah replies. Mr. Gray says you'd like to take lunch with you to work. What would you like to eat? Anna shoots me a look. Yeah, baby, I was serious. No going out. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, it's just, ugh. I could not live with somebody like him. I couldn't do it. And you don't even think, like, all the money and, like, having everything in the world would make that much of a difference. Sometimes money comes with bullshit. Like, one thing I don't understand this past week is why was AP News and, like, a couple other outlets following Jeff Bezos and his bride-to-be? They got married, like, earlier today. Why were they following them all over Venice all week? Live streaming. Like, you're live streaming a couple about to get married. What are you doing? Like, I understand he's one of the richest people in the world, but that doesn't make him a celebrity. Like, and even celebrities, like, they don't usually follow, like, personal events like that. So, why that was taking up so much airtime? You know, and he's kind of a douchebag, so I don't entirely feel sorry for him, but I also can say he's not somebody who's ever, like, sought the limelight. Like, some rich famous people like Elon Musk. Elon Musk likes to be the center of attention. He likes the limelight. He likes having cameras follow him around and stuff like that. I can't say any of that is true about Jeff Bezos. He's never done that. You know, and I especially feel bad for, you know, the bride to be, because, like, even when you have all the money and all the help, like, getting married is one of the most stressful things. And then add to that, there's like cameras following your every freaking move. Like, what the hell? Like, people deserve their privacy in like private moments. Like, they're not like Kim Kardashian where everything is a reality TV show. They're like private people. Leave them alone. A sandwich, salad, I don't really mind. She gives Gail an appreciative smile. I'll rustle up a packed lunch for you, ma'am. Please, Mrs. Jones, call me Anna. Anna, Gail says. I have to go, baby. Taylor will come back and drop you at work with Sawyer. Only to the door, she reiterates. Yeah, that's not gonna last. Yes, only to the door. That's what we agree. Excuse me. Be careful, though, I add in a hushed tone. Standing, I grasp her chin and give her a swift kiss. Laters, baby. Have a good day at the office, dear, she calls after me, and though it's a corny thing to say, it delights me. This feels so normal, like you would know. In the elevator, Taylor greets me with an update. Sir, there's a coffee shop opposite SIP. I think Sawyer can station himself there during the day. If he needs backup, bathroom breaks, I'll send Reynolds or Ryan. Okay. So now they've got two people that are going to sit in a coffee shop all day staring at the door of a building in case she goes out. Like, on the one hand, that would be like the easiest paycheck ever. On the other hand, you'd be bored out of your mind. And probably drink way too much coffee. I'd forgotten that Andrea is out for her wedding, but she won't be having much of a honeymoon if she's back at work tomorrow. The woman who's replaced her and whose name I still can't remember is browsing the Vogue Facebook page when I arrive. No social media during office hours, I say with a grunt. Rookie mistake, but she should know this. She's already an employee here. Yeah, and people never do like things at work they're not supposed to. Like, most workplaces nowadays block Facebook. Some of them are having to undo that because they need to actually use it to contact places or do research now. She's startled. I'm so sorry, Mr. Gray. I didn't hear you arrive. Can I get you some coffee? Yes, you may. A macchiato. What's in a macchiato? I don't know. I am not a Starbucks hoe. I don't like Starbucks. I've had it like twice and everything there just tastes disgusting. Like, really, really disgusting. Like, I didn't finish anything. I shut my office door and sit at my desk, switch on my computer, and there's an email from the Saab dealership. Anna's car will arrive today. Oh yeah, they bought her a new car too. Again, because Layla trashed her car. I forward the email to Taylor so he can organize delivery, thinking that it will be a nice surprise for Anna this evening. Next, I email Anna. Here we go, because neither of them work when they're at work. Ever. From Christian Grey, subject boss. Oh god, he's gonna go on some jealous rant, isn't he? Good morning, Miss Steele. I just wanted to say thank you for a wonderful weekend in spite of all the drama. I hope you never leave, ever. And just to remind you that the news of SIP is embargoed for 4 weeks. Delete this email as soon as you've read it. Yours. Okay, you just sent it to her at work. Somebody's going to notice. Like, especially in like small office places, which this place is like small. Everybody knows everybody's business. And didn't he already like have a fit because he's like the emails there are recorded? So like don't say anything personal or kinky. Because somebody is like recording it somewhere and has a copy. So why are you talking about the thing that you don't want anyone to know? I check Andrea's notes. The replacement's name is Montana Brooks. There's a name! She knocks and brings in my coffee. Roz Bailey's running a little late, but Vanessa Conway is here. Let her wait for Roz. Yes, Mr. Gray. I need some ideas for wedding presents. Miss Brooks looks taken aback. Well, it depends how well you know the person and how much you'd like to spend, and I don't need a lecture. I hold up my hand. Write them down. It's for my PA. Right. So I'm telling you to tell somebody else to buy a wedding present. Okay. Does she have a bridal registry? A what? A bridal registry at a store? I don't know. Find out. Yes, Mr. Gray. You didn't tell her who it's for! Like, we don't know that she knows that Andrea's away getting married. I mean, she probably does, because probably everybody knows except him. But you didn't tell her who it's for! Like, and in a huge city like Seattle, like, there's hundreds of places they could be registered. Ugh. Is she supposed to spend all day calling all of them to say, does Andrea, whatever her last name is, have a registry at your store? That will be all. She leaves. Thank God Andrea's back tomorrow. Welch's report on Jack Hyde is in my inbox. While I wait for Roz, I take the opportunity to look it over. I'm surprised it took him this long. To background check somebody he was immediately jealous of existing. My meeting with Roz and Vanessa is brief. Vanessa and her team are conducting a thorough audit of all our supply chains, and they are proposing we source our cassiterite and wolframite from Bolivia and our tantalum from Australia to avoid the conflict mineral problem. Are those all real? Cassiterite, wolframite, and tantalum. Tantalum I have heard of. The other two, no. It will be more expensive, but will keep us on the right side of the U.S. Securities and Exchanges Commission. Yeah, that's worth doing. They don't fuck around. And it's what we, as a company, should be doing. When they leave, I check my email, and there's one from Anna. Okay, just due to the header, look how much space there is at the bottom of this page. Like, it's just because the emails are so stretched out. Oh, we've got a few. How many do we have? Oh, we've got a few. Oh, we've got more than a few. We've got a lot. Whoa, we've got a lot. Okay. Yeah, we may get through this chapter and then some, because there's like 10 pages of emails. Page did this start on? 8. Yeah. From her to him, subject bossy. Dear Mr. Gray, are you asking me to move in with you? And of course I remembered that the evidence of your epic stalking capabilities is embargoed for another 4 weeks. Do I make a check out to Coping Together and send it to your dad? Please don't delete this email. Please respond to it. ILYXXX. Oh, it's ILY I love you? Like, I didn't even know that and I can figure that out. You're not, like, being cute when you abbreviate it. Am I asking her to move in with me? Shit. Gray, this is a bold, sudden move. I could look after her. Full time. You've been doing that. She'd be mine. Really mine. There's another level? Like, dude, you have controlled her freedom of movement, a large amount of what she thinks and says, almost everything that she does, and almost everything she has drank or eaten since the second that you met. And deep down, I know there's only one answer, a resounding yes. I ignore all her other questions and respond. And again, we have huge amount of wasted space. Like, whoever formatted this into, like, the here is what we're sending to the printer, like, ready to publish in the size of a book. Like, did you not flip through this just once before sending it off? You couldn't space things better than this? From him to her. Subject, me, bossy, question mark. Yes, please. That's the entire email. It takes up half a page to say yes, please. While I wait for her response, I read through the rest of the report on Jack Hyde. On the surface, his background check seems fine. He's successful, earns a decent salary. He's from humble beginnings and seems bright and ambitious. But there's something unusual about his career path. Who, in publishing, starts in New York and then ends up at various publishers across the US, ending up in Seattle. It makes no sense. He doesn't seem to have had any long-term relationships, and he never keeps an assistant for more than 3 months. That means Anna's time with him is limited. Yeah, I would say more than the moving around, because, like, some people just get bored and like to move, like, every few years. I've known people like that. Or maybe he wasn't, like, getting promoted at the other place. There's a lot of reasons you might change your job. And, like, Seattle is a big publishing place. I'm sure it doesn't rival New York, but it's got to be close. So not really a downgrade. The biggest, and this will not be the last time we need this tonight, the biggest red flag is the never keeping an assistant more than 3 months. Because what the hell does he do, say, work like, or think, or have habits, or something that is making people leave, like, within 3 months for years? That's really creepy. Like, really, 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 really creepy. No, I think Bo must be on the couch. Like I said, he's still catching up on missed naps, so he's got lots of sleeping to do. From her to him, Flynnisms. Christian, what happened to walking before we run? Can we talk about this tonight, please? I've been asked to go to a conference in New York on Thursday. It means an overnight stay on Wednesday. Just thought you should know. A. She doesn't want to move in with me. This is not the news I wanted. She didn't say that. She said we need to talk about it, and I'm at work and I can't talk about that right now. Like, that is a big conversation. There's a lot to consider. Plus, she literally just moved to a new city and has an apartment she's sharing with Kate, who is conveniently absent at the moment. And she's conveniently absent for most of the series. Like, why have the character if she's only in like 10% of it, really? But that's bad writing. But there's just like yeah, like she just moved somewhere. She hasn't even unpacked yet. And you're asking her to move in with you. Like, it's a lot. And it's something to be considered. And again, you've known each other for like 3 weeks at this point. So anyone is going to think you're absolutely crazy for, like, moving in together. Unless you're talking about a lesbian couple, and then it's the norm. And I'm allowed to make those jokes. Also, they're kind of true. What did you expect, Gray? At least she wants to discuss it this evening, so there's hope. Yeah, like, she didn't say no, she just said, I can't talk about it right now. But then she also wants to fuck off to New York. That's called work. Well, that sucks. I wonder if this is a conference on her own. Or with Hyde. Well, she's his assistant, so safe bet that she would be going with Tim. From him to her. Subject, what? In all caps. Yes, let's talk this evening. Are you going on your own? Jack Hyde must be a prick to work for if he doesn't keep an assistant for more than 3 months. True. I know I'm an asshole, but Andrea's worked for me for nearly a year and a half. I didn't know she was getting married. Yeah, that tells you something. Yes, that pisses me off. But before her was Helena. She was with me for 2 years and now she works in HR, recruiting our engineers. While I wait for Anna's answer, I read the final page of the report. And there it is. 3 hushed up harassment claims at his previous publishers and 2 official warnings at ISP. 3. He's a fucking creep. I knew it. Why wasn't this in his employee file? That is a good question. Because that is exactly the kind of thing that would be in your employee file. You know, and I'm assuming this place didn't know about his previous history. You know, but that probably explains the jumping from city to city and state to state because nobody's like, you know, let's just say apparently nobody does background checks or calls to check references or like calls the previous workplace and like, what was he really like to work with? Oh, he harassed multiple assistants? Okay, not hiring that guy. But nobody does that. Like, I really wonder, because I don't see this much anymore, but it happens every now and then that I'll be filling out a job application or I'll send in a resume and I'll get a response back asking for references. And I never know what to do with that. And on the one hand, I'm like 99.9% certain that nobody ever actually checks anybody's references ever. At least not for the kind of work that I'm in. Like other things, like higher level things, like nuclear physicists, that you would check, you know. But, you know, tech support, not so much. So I'm always like, why does it matter? I could probably make up a name and list the address of a McDonald's, and it wouldn't make any difference because nobody would know because they would never try to call it. He was all over Anna at the bar, invading her space, like the photographer. And I just realized that I didn't check on a thing, and I need to. So if we get a little staticky for a second, I apologize, but I need to check on a thing. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. I gotta remember to do that before. I try to remember and make sure there's enough space for StreamYards to record properly because I only have X amount of space, so I have to delete videos as I go to keep having space. Okay, by being sniffly is not helping my ear. Which is less painful than it was. I'm trying desperately to hold the good thought that when I wake up tomorrow, it will be a lot better. It's just annoying at the moment. But trying to stay out of my head in all the ways. From her to him, no bold, shouty capitals on a Monday morning. Can we talk about this tonight? A. Evasive, Miss Steele. It's a trip with him. I know it. She looks sensational this morning. He's planned it, I bet. Excuse me. Him to her. You haven't seen Shouty yet. Yeah, that's the kind of response to give your girlfriend. That's what you say. Yes, darling, I want you to move in, but at the same time, I'm going to yell at you about a work trip that you just found out about that your boss is asking you to go on because you are his assistant and that is your job, literally. I'm going to be an absolute psycho about it, but also please move in with me. Because that makes all of the sense. Freaking strap. I'm about to reply when I hear a knock. What? I bark. Montana pokes her head around the door and lingers, which is especially irritating. Either come in or don't. Mr. Gray, the registry for Andrea. For a moment, I have no idea what she's talking about. It's at Crate and Barrel, she continues, simpering. Okay. What the hell am I supposed to do with that information? Well, you told her to look, so I've made a list of the items still available and their prices. Email it to me, I say through gritted teeth, and get me another coffee. It's like 2 and 5 minutes. Yes, Mr. Gray. She smiles as if we're discussing the fucking weather and shuts the door. He really is such a bastard to, like, everybody that he works for. Like, just everybody. God. Like, it really is a wonder he's not the one going through an assistant every 3 months because they, like, get PTSD. Yes, Mr. Gray. Yeah. Now I can respond to Miss Steele. Oh, yes, you were interrupting my shouting at my not submissive. How dare you? By doing the thing that I told you to do. Him to her. No, you haven't seen Shouty yet. Like, he's just getting worse and 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 worse. Like, really making her want to move in with you, dude. Really just, yep, making yourself look so appealing to live with. Anastasia, it's not my fucking knickers I'm worried about. The answer is no. And also, E.L. James's Britishism coming in with knickers instead of like panties, and the fact that in editing, because that was one of the things she got roasted for in the original series, was using British terms for things like lift, pavement, jumper. There's a few because she's British and just it was a fanfic, so why bother Americanizing it? But then when it was published, they really should have Americanized it. And I think they tried, but again, the first print was such a hot mess. Like, I really would like to see an actual first run, first edition, because like infamously, it was so full of typos and spelling errors and Britishisms that it was just a hot mess. There was just too much for them to be able to actually fix. But this is many years later. This is a whole other series many years later. And they knew what the problems were that they had gotten in trouble for before. So how did you let that slip by? Like, maybe there was no editor. Infamously, she's like opposed to editors or something. And she's known to be like exceptionally difficult to work with. That's why she, like, either the second or third movie, I think the second one, she basically like fired the director or like the creative people and like wanted to be in charge herself even though she's like not a creative person and not a like movie industry person. Montana places another macchiato on my desk. You have a meeting at 10 with Barney and Fred in the lab, she says. Thanks, I'll take my coffee with me. I know I sound surly, but right now, a certain blue eyed woman is getting under my skin. Montana leaves and I take a sip of my coffee. Fuck. Shit. It's scalding hot. I drop the cup, the coffee, everything. Hell. Really? Fortunately, it misses me and my keyboard, but it's all over the damn floor. Miss Brooks, I yell. Jesus, I wish Andrea was here. Montana pops her head around the door, neither in nor out, and I'm still wearing too much freshly applied lipstick. Like, dude, please stop. I've just dropped my coffee all over the floor because it was scalding hot. Get it cleaned up, please. Oh, Mr. Gray, I'm so sorry. She scurries in to survey the mess, and I leave her to deal with it. For a moment, I wonder whether she might have done this on purpose, or she's just a bad assistant, or, like, she didn't make the coffee herself. She probably, like, went to the coffee cart in the lobby, like... Gray, you're paranoid. That's true. I grab my phone and decide to take the stairs. Barney and Fred are sitting at the lab table. Good morning, gentlemen. Mr. Gray, Fred says. Barney's cracked it. Oh, yes, the cover. We put this through the 3D printer and voila. He hands me a compact, hinged plastic cover that's attached to the tablet. This is great, I say. This must have taken you all weekend. I stare at Barney. He shrugs. Nothing better to do. You need to get out more, Barney, but this is good work. Is that all you wanted to show me? At least he's being nice to somebody. We could easily adapt it and put this on a mobile phone cover, too. I'd like to see that. I'll get on it. Great. Anything else? That's all for now, Mr. Gray. Might be worth showing the 3D printer to the mayor when he visits. We've got quite the show planned for him, says Fred. Without giving anything away, adds Barney. Yeah, whenever you have visiting VIPs, don't show them anything you don't want made public because they will talk. Sounds great. Thanks for all the show and tell. I'll head back upstairs. Waiting for the elevator, I check my email and there's a reply from Anna. He cannot be away from her for 30 goddamn seconds. I swear. Okay. Stretch break. Oh, how's everybody's weekend? For those of you in the Great White North, it's Canada Day coming up. So we have a long weekend, which is nice. Oh. Oh, good stretch. I always hunch over when I'm reading. Kitty's on his box full of paper. When it was too hot, and he even the kitty was laying on the floor, which he doesn't do. Like, he objects to being on the floor in general, but he managed to lay himself stretched out across both the bedroom door and bathroom door, so outdoing himself in being in the way. And anytime I would walk up to him, like, there was zero thought of him getting up and moving. He was like, nope, found a cool spot, not moving. You get to step over me. But at least it kept him cool. I was worried it was going to get that bad again today, but it didn't. At least not yet. And I actually heard that parts of Alberta got snow, which is so crazy. Like in June, it's just insane that like anywhere that's not like the Yukon or Nunavut or something like that is getting snow in June. From her to him, 50 Shades. Christian, you need to get a grip. He really, really does. I am not going to sleep with Jack. Not for all the tea in China. I love you. That's what happens when people love each other. They trust each other. I don't think you're going to sleep with, spank, fuck, or whip anyone else. I have faith and trust in you. Please extend me the same courtesy to me. Oh, God, who writes an email like that? Like, don't. These are adults. This literally, it sounds like teenagers. It sounds like young teenagers, like 13 to 15. This does not sound like two grown adults, one of whom is like a self-made billionaire. What the hell? I told her the emails at SAP were monitored. I don't think that matters. You haven't been exactly like fucking cautious about what you're saying. Like, come on. We stop at several floors and I really try to contain my anger. There's that irritating, expectant hush within the elevator as my staff enter and exit because I'm in there. Good morning, Mr. Gray. Good morning, Mr. Gray. I nod my hellos, but I'm not in the mood. Beneath my polite smile, my blood is simmering. As soon as I'm back in the office, I check her work number and call her. Oh, God. Now they're going to fight on the phone. This is, Again, it's not even 10 o'clock because we're told he has a 10 o'clock meeting. So it's not even 10 in the morning yet. And they're fighting like this and have been pretty much the entire time that she's been at work. So, like, dude, she's asked you like 3 times if you can talk about this at home because she's probably got shit to do right now. So getting into a phone fight with you, which also you don't ever want to do at the office because everybody will hear you and know your business. Like 100%. Jack Hyde's office, Anna Steele speaking. She answers. Will you please delete the last email you sent me and try to be a little more circumspect in, in the language you use in your work email? I told you the system is monitored. Do we not think they record phone calls as well? Because I'm betting that they do. Most places do nowadays. Then a days. This is still 2011, so yeah, probably recorded. Excuse me. I told you the system is monitored. I will endeavor to do some damage limitation from here. I snarl and hang up. Okay, by the way, this proves my earlier point that he should not have said anything on her work email about the news of him buying the place being embargoed, because he's just proved that he's worried about the emails being recorded and being seen by somebody else. So yeah, you emailing telling her don't spill the beans about the big news, somebody knows about that. And there's only a limited number of things that would be embargoed, and them being bought out is top of the list. So I promise you, by the end of the day, all the water cooler gossip is going to be like, who bought the company? What's going on? Are we all going to be fired? Like, everyone is going to know by the end of the day. I snarl and hang up. Oh my god. He didn't even let her talk. He didn't even let her talk. He just called to bitch at her and then hung up. I would be furious. I would be so completely livid. I mean, me, I'm reactionary. I'd probably call him back and yell at him. Okay, Twitch people, do not put advertising in here. If you do it again, you're getting booted. Like, what the hell is going on with Twitch these days? Like, every time somebody comes in from Twitch, either they're a troll or they're one of these idiots dropping links to bullshit. Like, is there nobody who is an actual person on Twitch anymore? But yeah, I would probably call him back, yell at him, then hang up back on him, and then ignore him for the rest of the day. But also knowing him, if she ignores like one email or one message, he's just going to come down there and fight in person. Or more likely throw her over his shoulder again, drag her out to the car, and then fight. I call Barney. Mr. Gray, can you delete Miss Anastasia Steele's email to me at 9:55 from the SIP server and all of mine to her? Yeah, this is a good idea. There's silence at the other end of the phone. Barney, sure, Mr. Gray. I was just working out how I can do that. I have an idea. Well, if you have access, it should be pretty easy, and since he does technically own the place, even though it hasn't been announced, he would have access. Great. Let me know when it's done. Yes, sir. My phone lights up. Anastasia. Yeah, no shit. What? I answer. And I think she can tell I'm more than grumpy. Yeah, and you're the only one entitled to have feelings. I am going to New York whether you like it or not. Don't count on it. Silence. Anna? She's hung up on me. See? That is the appropriate response. That is the appropriate response to his bullshit. This is probably the last time she ever stands up to him or attempts to, because I believe his threat of like, yeah, try it. But hey, I'll give her this one. Good for her for telling him to go fuck himself, because it's exactly what he deserves. And what he needed to hear a lot more of growing up, but you're not going to undo that now. Ugh. Stuffiness, you are not helping. Alright, it's after 9. I'm drinking. God, mental stress and panicking is very exhausting. And having a calm, quiet night, that's what booze are for. Nastrovia. Mm. Again, bitter. Fuck again. Who does that? You just did! You completely arrogant, egotistical, narcissistic idiot. You just did. Like, his double standards are so many. Well, I might have just done that to her. But that's not the point. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's the point. That is the point. And when I remember she did it when she, and I remember she did it when she drunk dialed me. I put my head in my hands. Anna, Anna, Anna. My office phone buzzes. Yeah, remember you're at work? Why is my internet lagging? It's been really weird the last couple weeks. At first, I thought it was just StreamYards because somebody, like the first time that the connection was bad, somebody had told me that day that StreamYards was having issues. And so I just chalked it up to that, which seemed reasonable at the time. But now it's been a couple weeks, and also, my internet's not been so great on some other things. It should be fine. I mean, it's Ethernet. It's hardwired. So it should be running really, really well, and it's not. But I also loathe calling Bell because they suck. They're also impossible to deal with. Gray. Mr. Gray, Barney. It was much easier than I thought. Those emails are no longer on the SIP server. Isn't it great when one of your lackeys can just digitally erase your abusive emails? Thanks, Barney. No worries, Mr. Gray. At least something is going right. There's a knock on the door. Now what? Montana opens the door. She's holding a can of carpet cleaner and some tissue. Later, I snap. I've had enough of her. She quickly reverses out of the office. I take a deep breath. Today is turning into a shit day and it's not even lunchtime. There's another email from Anna. Oh, God. Not to mention, if his assist, if the Montana girl, if she even works there full time, if she doesn't quit because of his fucking bullshit attitude, come on. Her to him, what have you done? Please tell me you won't interfere with my work. I really want to go to this conference. I shouldn't have to ask you. True. I have deleted the offending email. It is kind of a joke to be telling him, don't interfere with my work after he literally bought the company. You can't get much more interfering than that. Respond immediately. Him to her, what have you done? I'm just protecting what is mine. The email that you so rashly sent is wiped from the SIP server now, as are my emails to you. Incidentally, I trust you implicitly. It's him I don't trust. Said every father of a teenage girl ever. And I'm not saying it's not true. There is some validity to it. But you do have to trust the girl, or in this case, the grown woman, to handle her shit. You know, if the guy is a creep and he makes a move or whatever, you have to trust her to handle it. Like, I'm not saying don't feel protective and stuff like that, but there is a line because she has never asked him to play the White Knight. In fact, the contrary. Like, she's actively telling him, stay out of my work, stay out of my space. But of course, he can't listen to that because he doesn't feel like he should have to ever. But yeah, like, dude, she's not asking you to protect her from the entire world or rescue her from her boss, who she doesn't know is a creep. Like, if he had told her, again, this is where, like, because he's never going to tell her, because he never tells her anything. But if he had told her that, hey, as part of my buying the company, I have access to his employee files, and I found out that he has a series of harassment claims that were swept under the rug and hushed up and paid off quietly, that kind of thing. He's never kept an assistant for more than 3 months. If you tell her this and then say, like, that is why I am worried about you going away with him alone, because you're in a different city, you're in a different state, you're, you know, in hotels, who knows what he might try, and then I'm not there to protect you, even though there's like a 50-50 chance that if she goes, he's gonna, like, there's 100% chance that if she goes on the trip, he will find a reason to also be in New York and at the same hotel and, like, upgrade them to, like, the honeymoon suite together so he can show off and protect her, blah blah blah. That's exactly what he would do. But yeah, like, fill her in on why you're worried. Ugh. Like, not that he wasn't being a controlling, jealous douchebag before he knew that, because he was. He didn't even know that until like an hour ago, and he was still acting exactly the same. So I don't know that it really affected his behavior much, but it might affect her, like, level of how much of his behavior she's willing to tolerate if he makes the point that there is something to be worried about with Jack Hyde. But it's the same as him, like keeping information about Layla in that situation away from her, which he's done just constantly. Like, from the beginning, he didn't want her to know anything about it, and then he's been withholding, like, how serious it is or how dangerous she is, or like all these things, until she basically, like, has caught him out or has found out in other ways as things have gone. He's, like, very rarely been upfront with telling her the current situation and just plain the truth of what they are both in the middle of, especially as she is the target when it comes to Layla. That is just, like, it's not only just, like, really bad to be keeping her in the dark about the latest on that, because she should know everything. It's also dangerous because if you don't know a level of, like, perceived danger or how close somebody can get or what they may be planning, i.e. that Layla had a gun, he very much did not want her to know that, then she can't take steps to protect herself from a hazard she doesn't know is there. If you get what I'm saying. I respond immediately. Oh yeah, we already read that. Her response is almost immediate. Yeah, because now neither of them is working and they're just fighting. Her to him, grown up. Christian, I don't need protecting from my own boss. He may make a pass at me, but I would say no. You cannot interfere. It's wrong and controlling on so many levels. See? Yes. That was almost well said. Could have been a little more forceful. Controlling is my middle name, Anna. I think I've told you already. Along with unreasonable and weird. You're a little more than weird. Ooh, I think my highlighter's starting to run out. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah, it really is. I can see the top of the. Like I said, the store these came from is long. But I think I still have like 2 or 3 of them in a drawer. So we may have to change colors, but I do have more highlighters because yeah. Oh yeah, that's definitely running out. I think the pink one's still got some juice in it. Oh, it's actually really low as well. Still, I should finish it first before I start a new one. Because I only changed because we changed books. So if the green one completely runs out, we'll completely run out the pink one, and then I'll see what I have left. Him to her. The answer is no. Anna, I've seen how effective. Fuck you for putting in quotes. You are at fighting off unwanted attention. Suck my dick, you fucking ass clown. Like, he's victim blaming her for the thing with Jose. Like, how dare you? I remember that's how I had the pleasure of spending my first night with you. At least the photographer has feelings for you. Victim shaming, you fucking ass clown. Now I'd really not be talking to him, and probably not just for the day. At least the photographer has feelings for you. The sleazeball, on the other hand, does not. He's a serial philanderer. You don't know that. Like, because I will say, it did just say that he had several settled cases of harassment. It did not say sexual harassment. Though that may have been like a PC decision by the marketing department. There are, in fact, other forms of harassment. So we don't know that it was sexual harassment. It's a good bet. And that doesn't make him a philanderer. I think philanderer is, if I recall, that applies to like married men that like serial cheat, and he's not married. So I think that was a poor choice of words. And he will try to seduce you. Ask him what happened to his previous PA and the one before that. Or you could just tell her, since you actually know. Like, instead you're literally setting her up to get into a very bad situation with him and possibly get fired. Like, I mean, he would like that though, because he doesn't want her to work. I don't want to fight about this. If you want to go to New York, I will take you. We can go this weekend. I have an apartment there. I knew it. Okay, dude, wow, are you missing the point? She's not saying she wants to go to New York to go shopping and go to Saks. She's saying, for my job, there is an important conference there that my boss is going to, and he needs his assistant with him. It's a work trip. It is so disgusting that he just basically said, like, if you want to go to New York, I'll take you shopping. Like, dude, that is not what she meant, and you know it? Like, and are we saying that he never takes an assistant? And note that, like, everyone who works for him almost is female. Like, the majority of people that work for him are female. So is he claiming that he's never taken a female assistant on a work trip? I don't think that's true. I believe he later, yeah, because later, like, spoilers in case anyone doesn't know, later when the helicopter thing that's coming up that I think is actually in this book, is that in the second one or the third one? Second. It has to be second because the third one starts with the wedding and it's before that. Um, so yeah, during the helicopter scene that is upcoming somewhere in this book, it's still probably a ways to go. He's with a female assistant when that happens because it was a work trip and he needed her with him. She doesn't reply immediately, and I distract myself with phone calls. Welch has nothing new on Layla. We discuss whether or not to involve the police at this stage. There's a conversation that should have happened days ago! I'm still reluctant to do it. Why is this his choice? Like, I get, but still, why? Why? And also, normally I would say the police have way more resources to be finding people than him, but in his particular case, I'm not so sure that that's true. She's close, Mr. Gray, Welch says. She's clever, and she's managed to evade us so far. How the hell do you know where she is? You don't even have a last name! Like, I really want... The reason there's no details on how they're looking for her is because it would be impossible to write. Because they have nothing to go on. Short of literally just walking up and down every street in Seattle hoping to run into her. What exactly... Not only are they, but can they be doing to find her? We're watching Your Place, SIP, Grey House. She won't slip past us again. Well, she's done a wonderful job of it so far. You know, for a mentally deranged, like, half out of her mind, like, stalker with very unstable, like, mentality right now, she's pulling off some, like, Houdini level shit at this point. I hope she doesn't. And thanks for the report on Hyde. You're welcome. I can dig deeper if you wish. It's fine for now, but I may get back to you. Okay, sir. Bye. I hang up. My phone buzzes before I've let go of the receiver. I have your mother on the line, Montana chirps in a sing-song voice. Shit. That's all I need. I'm still a little pissed at my mom and her comment about Anna being after my money. Put her through, I mutter. Okay, that's called being your mother. Of course she's going to be concerned, especially when you have notoriously never dated anybody, and then all of a sudden this girl that they've never heard of, who's from nowhere, you are suddenly just ooey gooey all over and bringing her to meet the family, and even they can tell, like, you're moving too fast. And yeah, that has all the hallmarks of it being a con. And you are rich, whether you like it or not. That is a factor that you have to address. Like, one of my favorite episodes of a show called Lie to Me involves a self-made, I'm not sure he was a billionaire, but a self-made multimillionaire who is about to get married. And out of an abundance of caution, asks the Cal Lightman team, and yes, it's based on Eichmann was the real guy, I forget his first name, who came up with what's known as the FACS system, FACS, which is Facial Action Coding System, which lets you read micro expressions to tell if somebody is lying, among other things. I used to have a copy of it somewhere. And so he asked the team to interview his fiancée to see if she is just interested in him for the money or does she really love him. Which is a very shady thing to do on his behalf, but if you are incredibly rich and thinking of making like that kind of commitment, I can understand it. I can understand it from the point of view of protecting yourself. Still shady, you're still going to pay. Because someday she's going to find out and she's going to be furious. But I understand doing it to make sure that she is not a gold digger or a con artist. I get it. But what winds up happening is they find out that because apparently in that case, the girlfriend had claimed like, oh, I had no idea who he was before we met. When we met at the bar or whatever, I didn't know he was that, whatever his name is. You know, I had no idea that he was a millionaire, and that has nothing to do with why we started dating or blah, blah, blah. And they find out that she is slightly lying, only in her saying that she didn't know who he was. She didn't know who he was. But it is also not about the money. I think I just heard now. But because she had like kind of lied saying she didn't recognize him when they first met, he's like ready to dump her until the kind of the streetwise kind of like savvy bold one on the team like lets him have it a little bit and is like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? She's like, you're famous, whether you like it or not. Your picture is in the paper all the time. Your face is on magazines. You're on the news talking about the stock market. A lot of people know who you are. But she didn't target you. She didn't intend to meet you. Your meeting was an accident. It was just, a chance encounter that turned into more. And yeah, of course the money is a factor, but it's not why she's marrying you. So maybe get your head out of your ass and realize that, yes, the money is a factor and she knew about it. She knew you were rich, but has she ever made an issue of that? Has she ever asked you for anything? Or like tried to get you to like buy her stuff or anything? No. But yeah, the money and what comes with it is a factor when you're considering marrying somebody. That's just a fact of life. And it doesn't make her a gold digger and it doesn't make her a con artist. It's just something the two of you are going to have to deal with. And at least she's like aware of that it's going to cause some complications sometimes that you're going to have to deal with. Like look at Bezos' now wife. I think her name is Lauren something. Well, she'd be Lauren Bezos now. But like look at the bullshit she just had to go through. Like paparazzi fucking following her every goddamn footstep for the last week while she's trying to put together a wedding and like get ready and like try not to go insane, as so many brides do, especially in the week before their wedding. That is some of the bullshit she is going to have to put up with for the rest of her life, or at least as long as they're together, is being followed by paparazzi. That's a factor to consider when somebody pops the question, is what comes with it. Like, yes, they're offering you a very good life and, you'll be well taken care of and provided for, but there's things that come with that. Like, she's probably going to have a security detail everywhere she goes for safety, which is not unreasonable. But I'm sure it's very inconvenient and annoying sometimes. Like, it's something a lot of people in politics, especially the wives and children of presidents, will tell you, that the security can be massively inconvenient. The fact that you are not free to go wherever you want. You can't just go to the corner store for, a carton of milk. It's something that even Kate, I almost said Kate Winslet. It's not Kate Winslet. The princess. Kate, why can I not think of their last name? God damn it. But her, when she first married William, it was like they've been married for like 2 weeks. And she had, I think, not yet fully grasped the magnitude of public attention that she was now going to be constantly surrounded by. And there are infamously pictures of her in like a white t-shirt and a baseball cap and jeans at a grocery store because she told her security, nobody will recognize me. We just need a couple things. I don't want to make a big deal. I don't want to send somebody else. I'm not that person. I can do my own grocery shopping. Nobody will recognize me. She admitted that she actually said that. She's like, nobody's going to recognize me. I'll wear the baseball cap and like jeans and a t-shirt. I'm not all dressed to the nines and looking like a royal and wearing jewels and stuff. Nobody will recognize me. Everybody recognized her. Paparazzi caught her in the parking lot, loading up the car, looking like that. It was in all the papers. Of course, they were trashing her appearance, which go to hell. But it made it clear to her that kind of your life doesn't really belong to you anymore, and that everywhere you go, cameras are going to find you. And that's gotta really suck. And then imagine having kids in that environment and you want to protect them from like the public spectacle and the being in the public eye and social media. You want to protect them from that, knowing that at the same time, like, you can't just take your kids to the park like a normal mom and just push them on the swings because it'll be breaking news at 6. Like, that has got to epically suck. So yeah, it's a factor. So I don't blame his mom for being like, beware. Because it's your mom. It's her job to tell you that. It doesn't mean you have to listen, and clearly you're not going to. Put her through, I mutter. Christian, darling, Grace says. Hello, Mother. Darling, I just wanted to apologize for what I said on Saturday. I think the world of Anna. It's just, all of this is so sudden. And I bet you anything she's only apologizing because she's afraid that he won't tell her how things are going in future, like for fear of her saying something like that. So I promise you this is strategy on the part of Mommy, and she's good at it. It's fine, but it's not fine. No, because he's not the forgiving type, which I can empathize with. I'm not the forgiving type either. I do believe in forgiveness, but I believe in forgiveness being earned and not just granted because somebody said I'm sorry. Like, I really don't believe in hearing the words I'm sorry because they don't mean anything. She's quiet for a moment, and I think she's doubting the sincerity of my response. Yeah, because she knows you, and you probably sound pissed off. However, I'm already arguing with one woman in my life. You, actually. You're being a dipshit to your apprentice, or secretary, or whatever she is. I don't want to argue with another. Grace, sorry, darling. It's your birthday on Saturday, and we wanted to organize a party. There it is. There's Mommy's ulterior motive for apologizing. She wants him to come to a birthday party. On my screen, an email from Anna appears. He's going to hang up on his mom. Mom, I can't talk now. I have to go. Oh, there's a big fat kitty next to me, settling himself on the dog pillow. Because he can. I have to go. Okay, call me. She sounds melancholy, but I don't have time for her right now. Yes, you do. Yes, sure. Bye, Christian. Bye. I hang up. He couldn't give his mom, like, more than 30 seconds? What a jerk. And again, look how much unused space there is. Look at this. Like, look at this. Like, this has to be the most shoddily edited book I've ever read. Like, I'm wondering... Okay, I'm now wondering... Because, as we know, the next one is about twice as thick as this, and it's about 200 to 300 pages longer. If it's because of editing bullshit like this, where like a third of the page is blank because they couldn't figure out how to like split it up appropriately, then I'm more hopeful of not dying getting through it. Oh, we got a long email. From her to him. Forward, lunch date or irritating baggage. Christian, while you have been busy interfering in my career and saving your ass from my careless missives, I received the following email from Mrs. Lincoln. I really don't want to meet with her. Even if I did, I am not allowed to leave this building. How she got a hold of my email address, I don't know. That was my first question. If somebody is, and this is her work email. Let's be clear. This is her work email that Mrs. Robinson is emailing her at. I would A, be changing my email immediately, and B, I would be demanding from Christian find out how she got that and make sure it doesn't happen again. Because what the actual fuck? What would you suggest I do? Her email is below. Why are you asking him? Why can't you decide? What? Dear Anastasia, I would really like to have lunch with you. I think we got off on the wrong foot, and I'd like to make that right. Are you free sometime this week? Elena Lincoln. Yeah, seriously, how did she get the email? Because, like, work emails are not publicized outside the company. Like, they're usually, like, internal memo only kind of thing. Because I've had work emails, and usually, like, I've had work emails that you literally could not even access unless you were logged in to the company server. You could not access them remotely. Kind of. Like, in that job, I had a computer that they supplied, so it had all of their stuff on it, but, like, I would not have been able to log into my work email from my personal computer because I wouldn't have had access because I needed their software and their security like clearance to get into my work email. I had to put in a security code that changed every day, but it would come up on my work computer in the morning, like, this is the code for the day. So yeah, work emails are usually pretty protected. Oh, this day just gets better and better. What the hell is Elena doing now? And Anna's calling me out on my shit as usual. And you're still not listening, as usual. I didn't know arguing could be so tiresome. And discouraging. And worrying. She's mad at me. She's more than mad at you, and you so deserve it. You deserve every last bit of it, dipshit. Wow, we are ahead. We are moving at a clip. Oh, I hear a puppy. I think he's heading to the kitchen for some food. From him to her. Irritating baggage. Don't be mad at me. I have your best interests at heart. You know, never tell a woman don't be. Hi, I was wrong. Hello. Oh, hi. Because we just desperately need to come up and be a puppy. Hi. Okay, hello. Let's have a puppy break. Hello. How are you? You're nice and warm. Are you snuggled up on the couch? Is that where you were? That's where he was. Guaranteed. That is where he was. Right? Yeah. Nicely snuggled on the couch, all happy and warm. Big soft cushions. I know the kitty's on your pillow. You don't like that. Even if he has no intention of being on the pillow, the fact that the kitty's on it is just, no. Because it's his. Even though at this point it's pretty 50-50 shared. I know, it will always be yours first, right? Yes, it will always be yours first. He doesn't go away even when you try to lay down on top of him anymore. Okay, he wants to lick my face so bad, but he knows he can't because I have my lipstick on. It's good that you learned. I know you're unhappy right now, but it's good that you learned. You're still sleepy. You just want to cuddle. Yeah, you just want to cuddle. Yes, you do. You just want to cuddle. I don't know if it's the glass of wine, but I think my ear is actually feeling a little better. At least it's not doing the on again off again pressure thing right now, which is good. As long as I wake up feeling better about it in the morning, my head will calm down. Because I know I'm so prone to like panic and hysteria. I just am. And I wish that I was not, because it's a pain in the ass. But that is also not going to change overnight. What do we think? What do we think, huh? What do we think? Okay, say hello. Say hello. Oh, come on, point your face at the camera, please. No, I object to being on camera. I'm only here to be cuddled. And see, people watching through a screen don't count because you don't have the ability to pet him, so what good are you? Right? Right? Yeah. I can't pet you, so why bother? That's right. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes. Oh, you're so beautiful. Oh, you're so beautiful. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're so beautiful. Hmm. Okay. Yes, you are. Oh, yes, you are. Okay. Yes, you are. Okay. Hmm? Is it cool enough to go lay on your blankie? Can you do that? Can you do that for mommy? Hmm? Go lay on your blankie? Okay? Yeah. Yeah. Go to your blankie. Down we go. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Just let the kitty be. He's not bothering you. If anything happened to you, I would never forgive myself. I will deal with Mrs. Lincoln. There's an ominous statement. Irritating baggage. I smile for the first time since I left Anna this morning. She has a way with words. I call Elena. Christian, she answers on the fifth ring. Do I have to get a banner and attach it to a plane and fly it over your office? She laughs. My email? Yes, Anna sent it to me. Please, leave her alone. She doesn't want to see you. And I understand and respect that. You're making my life really difficult. You understand her? Yes. I think she needs to know how hard you are on yourself. No, she doesn't need to know anything. Yes, because keeping secrets like that, that's such a great basis for a relationship. You sound exhausted. I'm just tired of you going behind my back and chasing my girlfriend. Girlfriend? Yes, girlfriend. Get used to it. She sighs long and hard. Helena, please. Okay, Christian, it's your funeral. What the fuck? I have to go, I answer. Yeah, because she probably thinks what your mother thinks. Or that eventually she'll find out you're deep, dark whatever that he's afraid of, and then she'll leave. Or that she won't be able to tolerate him because he's an intolerable, abusive jackass. Goodbye, she says, and she sounds annoyed. Bye. I hang up. Women in my life are vexing. I turn in my chair and stare out of the window. The rain is relentless. The sky is dark and drab, reflecting my mood. Life has become complicated. It used to be easier when everything and everyone stayed where I placed them, in their designated compartments. Yes, as long as I literally controlled the universe and everyone around me, life was great. How has that changed? Now with Anna, everything's changed. No, it hasn't. This is all new, and so far everyone, including my mother, seems to be pissed at me or pissing me off. Gee, maybe that's a you problem. When I turn to face my computer, there's another email from Anna. Of course there is, because they don't actually do any work. Her to him, laters. Can we please discuss this tonight? I am trying to work, and your continued interference is very distracting. That took you like 20 emails too long to say. Okay, I'll leave you alone. What I really want to do is go over to her office and take her somewhere splendid for lunch. But I don't think she'd appreciate that. See, again with the good insight. What do you bet he does it anyway? With a heavy sigh, I open the email that lists Andrea's bridal registry. Pots, pans, dishes, nothing that appeals to me. And again, I wonder why she didn't tell me about her nuptials. Because she knew you wouldn't care because you're a jerk. Feeling morose, I call Flynn's office and make an appointment to see him later this afternoon. It's overdue. Okay, also, what kind of therapist can you just call and make an appointment for that afternoon? As someone who has been in therapy, I can tell you this is not how it works. Like, my therapist was booked solid. If I had to miss an appointment, that meant I missed an appointment. Oh, he's doubling down. He's been such a jackass to his temporary assistant and his mother. He's already ordered Anastasia that she is forbidden from going on a work trip with her boss. They're arguing about 5 other things. I think it said that he is. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it said that he is. But this whole we're 20 pages in, and so far he is the king of double standards. I was getting to that. I was getting there. Because yes, if I had to cancel with my therapist, that meant I missed a week. There was no moving it to another time because every slot that he had every day was taken by somebody. So unless on the rare occasion somebody else also canceled, and even then he had a cancellation list. He had a wait list. So yeah, and for what he's paying, because again, the therapist bid over $100,000 at the charity auction thing. So Christian Grey pays exceedingly well. So it's quite possible that he has no other patients. Also, we've established that he is a charlatan and a fraud, and I would question whether he's actually currently licensed or not. Oh, being loud is making my ear hurt. Ow. Oh. I don't wake up feeling better tomorrow. I'm gonna fucking go insane. Because my brain will play all kinds of tricks on me and drive me fucking mental. And it's a holiday weekend. It's a holiday. Why does this shit always happen on a holiday weekend? Wouldn't surprise me if it was based on him. Really wouldn't. But I'm one of those people that called Dr. Phil a fraud and a charlatan and a money-grubbing hack from the beginning. I never bought into the cult of him and all of his goddamn bullshit. This is a guy who, when he himself was 300 pounds, made millions and became a national craze for selling a bunch of bullshit weight loss books. Which, I remember being like, what in the actual fuck? Like, but yeah, I never bought into his bullshit. Even now, Oprah herself, because he got his start being on the Oprah show. That's the only reason anyone knew. Yeah, exactly. He's only on TV because of Oprah. Him and Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz got his start there as well, same place. And Oprah Winfrey herself has publicly said that giving the two of them so much attention and spotlight, and they both have their own shows and became massive, like, household names and personalities, and people trust their bullshit. She said it's the biggest thing she regrets, because she knows that they are pure charlatans. Like, Dr. Oz has been hauled before Congress to basically prove that he's not a fraud and that he's not just a snake oil salesman with all the crap he promotes, because, like, all of his shows, yes, exactly the same, because they're all about hawking products. That's all they're for. Like, and Dr. Phil isn't even, and Dr. Oz, they're not even licensed. Oh, that's right, he does. I forgot that. There's so many incompetent people in the halls of power these days. I'd forgotten about him. That's true, he does. But yeah, like, there's, and that was after didn't he run for, like, governor or something and massively failed? So he really failed upwards there. Though I bet he misses his daytime show. He has a new show? Do I even fucking want to know what he's playing with now? Pennsylvania, that's right, because there was all that bullshit of he doesn't even live there, because he hadn't lived there in forever, because he moved to, like, California or whatever for his show. Right, yeah, it is. It's the landlocked state. And I know, well, it just proves he doesn't live there. And he never did. Like, he hadn't lived there in, like, 20 years. But yeah, like, both him and Dr. Phil, they're not licensed. And that's what people don't get. They gave up their licenses when they went on TV, because if they were licensed, as in Dr. Phil's case, he is I can't remember if he's a psychologist or actually a psychiatrist. And Dr. Oz is an MD. They gave up their licenses because if they didn't, they would be beholden to standards and practices and ethics of their professions, which they could never, ever, ever go on TV and sling the absolute loads of bullshit that they do and hawk the fake, useless products that they sell without immediately being sued into oblivion and losing their licenses and possibly even facing jail time for some of the shit they've done if they maintain their licenses. And they don't. That's why they give them up. Like, and I bet if you read the credits of the Dr. Phil show very carefully, there will be one of the most infamous lines that they put in the credits, which is, this show is for the purposes of entertainment and is not meant to be taken as medical advice, blah, 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 because that's the ultimate cover our ass. He is a psychologist. He's not an MD. He has a PhD. Okay, I figured. And yet I could swear that I heard him, because I had a roommate that liked him. Like, I never watched with her or anything, but I would, like, overhear it. I could swear that I heard him talking about being in med school. I mean, he may have just been lying, because I'm sure a lot of what he says is just made up bullshit for TV. But also, psychology, for me, it should not be a profession. It needs to be extinguished, because it is not a real science. And it is not, like, nowadays it gets called a soft science. I'm sorry, science doesn't work that way. Something either is science or it is not. There is not a middle or gray area here. And since psychology is more or less the study of norms and comparing people to the norm to see what their outliers are and basically just chart their personality and then not doing anything about it, he's really not a medical doctor. So he was definitely lying there, because I swear to God he talked about being in med school. I swear. So yeah, he's just a liar, but that's not surprising. But yeah, but psychology is not a science. Like, it came out of the 60s and 70s and was thought of as like a behavioral science, which behavioral science is a real thing. Psychology is not, though. Because by definition, if I don't like the word normal because it doesn't, it's overused and it's overbroad because, again, if you get into statistics, and by definition, by literal definition, normal can only ever be 50% of any population. Because you're going to have people both above and below. So what are we really, is normal even a real thing if it only ever applies to half the people in the room? And everyone's going to have their own definition of what normal is. Because normal, one of the sentences I'm fond of, is normal is whatever you grew up with. And that's true. If you grew up that all forks are green, and then you go to college and they have plastic forks that are white, you are going to think, like, you're going to be confused by that because where you grew up, all forks are green. So when you get handed a white fork, you're going to be confused. He does not have a medical degree. He went to school in Texas. That right there should be disqualifying. But yeah, like any so-called science that by definition is based on the defining characteristics of at best half the population is not a science. Also, it achieves nothing, accomplishes nothing. Like, they use it as a diagnostic tool, which I don't agree with, because it assumes that whoever you're talking to is or was at one point normal. It has no ability to take into account people that are already not normal or that did not grow up normal, because psychology relies on everybody having the same touchstones, the same basis of information, which is just not true. It's never true. Like, you put 10 people in a room, 5 of them will know that Ferraris are made in Italy, and the other 3 of them will know that Ferrari is a fast car, and 2 of them will never have heard of Ferrari. So how are you getting like a consistent answer from these 10 people if they all have different bases of knowledge and different interpretations? It's more complicated than I'm making it sound. I'm trying to simplify a very complicated thing, and I'm not doing the best job at it, but it's like that. And it's like, how can you ever say, oh, well, this person has this wrong with them, or this person is wrong about this, or they're distorted about this, when you're assuming that they are coming from a normal place, were raised normal, were at some point completely normal, and then have deviated, and that's their dysfunction disorder. You can't do that. You can't say that. Like, somebody who constantly raises their voice and talks really loud, you can say, oh, well, they're aggressive, that's why they talk loud. Yeah, maybe both their parents were really hard of hearing, so growing up, they just got used to talking loud because that was the only way their parents could hear them. Like, you have to know people to say shit like that, and psychology doesn't do that. It just says, here's the norm, here's you, and then points out where it doesn't match. And then has no fucking clue what to do about it because, again, it doesn't treat anything. Like, psychiatrists actually have to learn their shit. One, they are medical doctors, so they know about neurology and the structure of the brain, which overlaps a lot with mental illness and causes a lot of it. But they have to know what they're talking about. And they're responsible, whereas, because they're MDs, so they're held to a higher standard, they have ethics and morals and, codes and rules and even laws that they have to follow. Psychologists have none of that. They don't have to follow anything. They can be as evil, corrupt, bribable, just plain shitty at their job, and there's no recourse because they're not held to any standards because they're not a doctor. There's no ethics or morals committee with a PhD as long as you didn't plagiarize your dissertation. And let's face it, nowadays there's probably a lot of that goes on with AI, rewriting it just enough to get around the programs that it gets scanned through to check if you plagiarized it from someone else. Now, how's Sasha feeling after her walk? Is she all happy? Then I summon Montana and ask her to go and buy me a wedding card and some lunch. Surely she can't screw that up. Maybe if you weren't such a fucking jackass to this. He's been literally like tormenting and abusing the temporary assistant all day. It's not even noon yet, and I'm amazed she hasn't quit. As I'm eating my lunch, Taylor calls. Taylor, Mr. Gray, everything's okay. My heart goes into overdrive as adrenaline powers through my body. Anna, what is it? Is Anna okay? She's fine, sir. Do you have news on Layla? No, sir. Then what is it? I'm just letting you know that Anna went to the deli on Union Square. She's back in the office. She's fine. I literally called you to report on the movements of your girlfriend that I am now spying on for you. Taylor, I liked you so much until right now. Thank you for letting me know. Anything else? The sob will be here this afternoon. Great. I put the phone down and really try not to be mad at her. I fail. She told me she'd stay put. You had security following her. Layla could put a bullet through her. She could do that in an office building just as well. Doesn't she understand that? No, because you've been hiding the severity of shit from her this entire time. I call her. Jack Hyde's office. You assured me you wouldn't go out. Jack sent me out for some lunch. I couldn't say no. Are you having me watched? She sounds incredulous. You should have so seen that coming. I ignore her question. Of course you do. This is why I didn't want you going back to work. Yeah, that's the reason. Christian, please, you're being suffocating. Suffocating? Yes, you have to stop this. I'll talk to you this evening. Unfortunately, I have to work late because I can't go to New York. Anastasia, I don't want to suffocate you. And why is she saying she's not going? Just because he's pissed? Like, she literally already told him, like, 2 pages ago that I'm going whether you like it or not. And now she's like, what? She's changed her mind and is going to give in to his jealous bullshit? And miss an important work trip and lie to her boss about why she can't go or something? Like, well, you are. I have work to do. I'll talk to you later. She sounds miserable, and sounds as miserable as I feel as she hangs up. Am I suffocating her? Yeah, you've emailed like a dozen times in the last 2 hours. And called twice. It's literally not even lunchtime yet. Like, maybe I am. I just want to protect her. I saw what Layla did to her car. Don't push her too far, Gray. She'll leave. Yeah, the fact that she hasn't left you already, if that doesn't prove that she loves you, Christ. She's only asked him like 5 times already to leave her alone and let her work, and we'll talk when I get home. Like, Flynn has a real log fire burning in his office. It's June. It spits and crackles as we talk. Why is there a fire engine? You bought the company where she works, Flynn asked with raised eyebrows. Yes. I think Anna has a point. I'm not surprised she feels suffocated. I shift in my chair. This is not what I want to hear. Maybe you weren't paying enough. I wanted to get into publishing. Yes, since when? Flynn remains impassive, giving nothing away, waiting for me to speak. It's over the top, isn't it? I concede. Yes. She wasn't impressed. Did you set out to impress her? Yes. No, that wasn't my intention. Anyway, SIP is mine now. I understand that you're trying to protect her, and I know why you're trying to do that. But this is an out-of-the-ordinary reaction. You have a bank account that allows you to do this, but you will drive her away if you continue on this path. Well, at least he knows that, but, a Cosmo magazine knows that. That's what I'm worried about. Christian, you have a great deal to contend with at the moment. Layla Williams, and yes, I will help you when you find her. Anastasia's animosity towards Elena. I think you can understand why Anna feels that way. He gives me a pointed look. I shrug, unwilling to agree with him. But there's something much bigger you're not telling me, and I've been waiting for you to tell me since you arrived here. I saw it on Saturday. Oh, yeah, when you were at the charity event you had no business being at. I stare at him, wondering what he's talking about. He sits patiently, waiting. He saw it on Saturday. The bidding? The dancing? Shit. I'm in love with Anna. Thank you, I know. Oh. I could have told you that when you came to see me after she left you. I'm glad you worked it out for yourself. I didn't know I was capable of feeling like this. Of course you're capable. He sounds exasperated. That's why I was so interested in your reaction when she told you that she loved you. It's getting easier to hear. He smiles. Good. I'm glad. I've always been able to separate the different aspects of my life. My work, my family, my sex life. I understood what each of these meant to me. But since I met Anna, it's not as simple anymore. It's entirely unfamiliar, and I feel out of my depth and out of control. Oh, puppy did as he was told. He's curled up on his blankie. I knew he was still tired. Yep. Nose tucked in, paws over nose, sleepy puppy. Oh, he did miss 2 whole days of napping, so he's still catching up. And then that horrible fire alarm last night just absolutely shattered his world. Though after 35 minutes of it, I was ready to burn the place down. And I still don't know what caused that. I called the office like 8 times. Like 8 times yesterday trying to find out WTF. And could not get through. Like, if they don't answer Monday, I'm just going to go over there and stand there until somebody comes in. Because I want to know. Like, the alarm does go off more frequently than it should. And I know there's issues with the fire alarm system here. There have been for years. But 35 minutes, and I heard and saw the fire trucks get here in about 15 minutes. So the fact that it took 20 minutes before they turned it off, because usually that's the first thing they do, either there actually was a fire somewhere, which I haven't heard from anyone, or they couldn't turn it off, or something. Like, it wouldn't be the first time. The thing malfunctions all the time. Welcome to falling in love. Lynn smiles. Don't be too hard on yourself. You have an ex on the loose with a gun who has already tried to get your attention by attempting suicide in front of your housekeeper. And she vandalized Anna's car. You've put measures in place to keep Anna and you safe. You've done all you can. You can't be everywhere, and you can't keep Anna locked up. Want to bet? I want to. I know you do. But you can't. Simple. I shake my head, but deep down I know John's right. Also, never have I had a therapist. Oh, I was about to say never have I had one that I referred to by her first name, but my first therapist I did. But I was like 14. So calling somebody Mrs. Whatever would have been really, really weird. But like the two therapists I had as an adult, I never called them by their first names. Christian, I've long held the belief that you never really had an adolescence, emotionally speaking. I think you're experiencing it now. I can see how agitated you are, he continues. And since you won't let me prescribe any anti-anxiety medication, I'd like to try the relaxation techniques we discussed. Well, can you fucking shove those? I had those fucking shoved at me my whole life, and I hate them. Absolutely hate them. Oh, not that shit. I roll my eyes. I know I'm behaving like a sulky teenager. He just said as much. Christian, it's your blood pressure, not mine. You know, there are a lot of people for whom, like, that meditation crap doesn't fucking work. And personally, I'm of the opinion it works for really stupid people. Because, you know, you have to not be thinking about stuff, which, to my mind, if you can get there that quickly listening to bird sounds, you don't do a lot of thinking to begin with. Okay. I hold up my hands in surrender. I'll try my happy place. I sound sarcastic, but it will appease John, who's looking at the clock. Even your therapist is over your shit. Where is my happy place? My childhood in the orchard? Sailing or soaring? Always. It used to be with Elena, but now my happy place is with Anna. In Anna, in case we needed to know that he was thinking about fucking. Flynn stifles a smile. Time's up, he says. From the back of the Audi, I call Anna. Hi, she says, her voice quiet and breathy. Again, this is the third time he's calling her at work in one day. I would not be answering at this point. Hi, when do you think you will be finished? By 7:30, I think. Okay, I'll meet you outside. Okay. Thank God. I thought she might say she wanted to go back to her own apartment. No, that would be the smart thing. That would be the smart, and you're overbearing, and you've been absolutely a jerk today. Keep in mind, he also asked her to move in with him today. He asked her to move in with him and then immediately lost his shit over the idea of her going to New York with her boss on a work trip and then forbade it and then made threats. Like, real good way to make her want to move in with you when she's already not living with you and trying to work and you're being this insane. I'm still mad at you, but that's all, she whispers. We have a lot to talk about. I know. See you at 7:30. I have to go. See you later. She hangs up. Let's sit here and wait for her, I say to Taylor and glance at the front door of SIP. What time is it? It's like 1:00 in the afternoon. You're gonna sit there for 6.5 hours? Okay, sir. I sit and listen to the rain as it drums an uneven tattoo on the roof of my car, drowning out my thoughts, drowning out my happy place. An hour later, the door to SIP opens and there she is. Oh, yeah, right. So he had a therapy appointment at like 6:00. What therapist is still working at that time? Like, again, my last therapist, his last appointment time was 5 to 6. And he would be like home by 6:30. He lived close to his office. I do know he checked his messages until 10 o'clock in case of emergency, because I had one once and I was very grateful that he checked his messages late. It wasn't a psychological emergency. He was an actual MD. He was a psychiatrist. And through myriad circumstances, even though he was very clear that he was only working as a mental health professional, not an MD, he still had his MD license. And I was having an emergency where I did need him to prescribe something, not psych meds, something else, in an emergency situation, very imminent emergency. And he did do so because it was an emergency. But I was very clear that, like, I'm not trying to cross any boundary here. This is an emergency. It's really late at night. I've got nobody else I can turn to, and I need your help. It was one of those situations. And he completely understood. I will love him forever. He's passed on now. I will love him forever for literally coming to my rescue in that moment and taking care of me when I didn't have anybody else. And he totally understood. Totally understood the situation. Didn't mind at all, like, pulling out his prescription pad and doing what needed to be done. So absolute love him forever for that, because he completely saved me in that moment. And he actually filed a complaint against another doctor that had put me in that situation. It's the only time he ever insisted that I tell him something, because I was reluctant to tell him the name of the other doctor, because I'm like, where are you going with this? And he pretty much demanded that I tell him. And I could tell it was like in a professional ticked off way, because he was really pissed at the doctor that had put me in that situation. And so I did reluctantly tell him the name. And at my actual next appointment, I asked him, like, why did you want to know? Do you know them? Because that was I was afraid of, like, do they know each other? He's like, no, I've never met him. I've never heard of him, but I'm filing a complaint against him for what he did. And I was like, okay, that I'm okay with. I'm okay with that. That's fine. I don't know if anything ever came of it. I never asked about it. I should have. Taylor climbs out of the car and opens the door as Anna hurries towards us, head down to avoid the rain. I have no idea what she's going to do or say as she shuffles in beside me, but she's shaking her head and scattered droplets of water and scattering dyslexia brain droplets of water over me and the back seat. I was like, why isn't that making sense? Because I wasn't reading the end of the word. That's something I still do. If I'm typing too fast, I clip the end of words. In school, I was absolutely infamous for leaving the S off the end of words if it was a plural. Or just, I would skip words in a sentence. And I could have sworn to you up and down that I wrote, like, 7 words, and then I look and I have to read it like 10 times to clear the dyslexia fog. And it's like, oh yeah, there's only 6. I missed a word. Oops. Still do that. Like, I'm editing part 3 of my fanfic right now, and I'm finding places where I know that I was writing quickly because my brain, like, thinks so much faster than my hands can write. And I can type between like 180 and 200 words a minute. I can type fucking fast. But that doesn't mean accurate. But to be clear, fast does not mean accurate. And I'm finding places where I know I was writing fast because I had this whole scene playing in my head, and I was trying to get it down before my brain got too far ahead of my hands. And then I have to, like, go back and try and rewind the scene in my brain, and I'm not good at that. And then things get forgotten, and I'm like, damn, that was a really good line. And now I can't remember what I wanted to say. Fuck. And I hate when that happens. And so I'd be typing at, like, a furious speed, trying to get it down before my brain started, like, not being able to remember, because it was just racing ahead and not good at going back, and then I lose my place. And so, yeah, and I'm finding places where I left out words in a sentence, so it makes no sense if you're reading it out loud, but I'm fixing it. I'm not sure where I am. I'm also, at the same time, I am now working on part 6 again. I'm making progress. I'm making actual progress. Not at any great speed, but I have sorted out all the moving pieces in my head, more or less, at least for now. And actual progress is being made, and I'm happy with it. Though the fire alarm did interrupt me when I was getting to an important scene and completely derailed me, because I'm at a point where there is A reactive, reflexive, attempted murder that is going to be followed by a very steamy sex scene. And for some reason, right, as much as I read a lot of sex scenes, writing them, I'm not so great. That's partly out of not trusting myself on what's sexy, what's not, because I'm weird. Like, excuse me, when it comes to sexuality, I'm completely warped and deviant, and I know it. And so, like, trying to write normal sex is like hard because I have no frame of reference. I want to hold her. Hi, she says, and her anxious eyes meet mine. Hi, I respond. And reaching over, I grasp her hand and squeeze it. Are you still mad? I ask. I don't know, she says. It's been like an hour since you told him you're still mad. What? Has he roofied her already? I bring her hand to my lips and kiss each knuckle in turn. It's been a shitty day. Yes, it has. Her shoulders slump and she seems to relax into the car seat as she lets out a deep breath. It's better now that you're here. I run my thumb across her knuckles, craving the contact. As Taylor drives us home, the day's woes seem to dissipate, and at last I start to relax. She's here. She's safe. She's with me. Taylor stops outside a Scala, and I'm not sure why, but Anna is already opening the door. So I jump out after her, and we run into the building and out of the rain. Yeah, why are we not going into the parking? Something's wrong. I grasp her hand as we wait for the elevator, surveying the street through the plate glass, just in case. I take it you haven't found Layla yet, Anna says. No, Welch is still looking for her. We step into the elevator and the doors close. Anna looks up at me, elfin-faced and wide-eyed. I can't look away. Our gaze holds my longing and her need. She licks her lips. Come on. I'm sorry, if somebody going is, and you interpret that as a jump my bones baby maneuver, and I say this as somebody who licks her lips constantly because I always have like dry lips, and since I was a kid, I'm notorious. I used to get yelled at and tattled on and yelled at for picking at my lips because I would pick and peel the skin off till I'm bleeding, and it used to scare one of my cousins because she's younger than me, and she didn't like, just, being a little kid, like under 5, you'd see blood and it's like, that's bad, need mommy, like blood equals bad equals need mommy. And so she would go screaming and wake up the whole house, and then I'd get yelled at. And it's like, I think by the time I was 5, I was just kind of over the adults overreacting to it and being like, okay, you all know that I do this. Stop overreacting and yelling at me for it because it's clearly not going to change. They did eventually give up. But I did discover chapstick quite young, and it's great. No, only the cherry. That is the only one. That is the only acceptable kind of chapstick. Oh, we might have a pool here soon, finally. Like a month late opening it, but it turned deeply green for a few days, and when I asked why, there was some kind of something about the filter pump needs a part, so they definitely got the part because now it's beautifully clean and nice and blue. You can see the lines on the bottom, though they did overdo it. There was a guy out there pressure washing. It's like a stucco surround, and there was a guy pressure washing it because it's been all it's been all winter, and the pool was covered, but the surround was not. And they may have set the pressure a little too high because it took the markings off the side. Now they have to have it redone. Where it says like shallow end, deep end, and then it's got the depth markers on the side, which is legally required, and the pool hasn't been passed yet. The city has to come inspect it and pass it and give the thumbs up before they can open it. And so now they have to like quick call because they were trying to get it open for this weekend. And it's not open. So now they have to get somebody to come and redo the markings. And no, the building crew can't do that. You actually have to get like a certified like pool guy because they have to literally measure and make sure that where it's supposed to be 3 feet, 5 feet, 7 feet, 9 feet, it is actually that depth. They have to like be precise because yeah, the city guy, when he comes to sign off on it, he's going to check. So yeah, the pressure washer took off maybe a little more than it was supposed to, but it's very, very clean. I will say the surround it's very, very clean now, so I can give him that. It's clean, and the pool looks beautiful. And just wish it was open so I could go in it. I also have to see if the key I have, because I haven't been in it in 3 years. I don't even know if the key, because it's got a like fence for safety, like to keep like kids out, and it's got a key lock. I think it's changed to a code now, and I don't know the code. And also, I don't recall being asked to return the keys when they got rid of the old lock, but it's not there anymore, and I still have this giant key that's supposed to be for it. Completely lost my place. And suddenly our attraction is in the air between. Oh god, are they gonna fuck in the elevator? I'll die. Like static surrounding us. Do you feel it? I whisper. Yes. Oh, Anna. I cannot bear the distance between us. I reach for her so she's in my arms and angle her head. Oh god. These two, all they do is fight and fuck. And they never finish a fight. This is partly why he drives me insane. Because I am one of those people that I need to finish the fight. We're not moving on until you finish the fight. I am very much a firm believer in don't go to bed angry, stay up and fight. I absolutely believe that you should, because until you resolve the issue, it's going to be hanging over both of you, and it can drag on for days because you're trying to ignore it and pretend it isn't there. Argue it out until you get to a place where you can both live with it, then go to bed. But they never do that. They fight, he acts like more of a dick, then they fuck, and then whatever they were fighting about is just completely forgotten as if it didn't exist. Or after the fucking, she just gives in to whatever the hell he wanted, which again is where the roofies are constantly comes from, which is very, very true. Please excuse me for 2 seconds because I've had a lot of wine. So I'll be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Bo, you steak, a beautiful boy. Kitty, not gonna follow me. I'll be back in 2 seconds. And topic of the day: what is the cutest thing your pet ever did after being discovered to have made a very huge mess and getting caught? And I'm back. And for anyone wondering what Bo's biggest transgression was, it has to be when he was a puppy. And I came home one day after leaving him for like 2 hours and discovered the little brat had found a bag of Conte sticks, which for anyone who doesn't know is drawing charcoals. It's the charcoal sticks that Jack uses in Titanic. I had a bag of those, black ones. And he had chewed the ever-living shit out of them. And then the combination of the black powder and him drooling and slobbering basically had made it ink that he had trailed literally up and down the hallway, the living room, the kitchen, basically all over my white tile floored apartment and all over my primarily white custom made $800 chaise lounge that I had owned for less than a month at the time. So basically, he trailed black charcoal pigment all over the place. It was, I walked in and was just in shock because it was such a big mess. I didn't even know if it was possible to clean this up. It never fully did come out of the chaise lounge. I got it off the floor okay. That was better than I thought because they were vinyl tiles, so they actually cleaned up pretty well. It stained some of the grout, like permanently. But, oh my God, was I furious and just amazed at the sheer level of mess that he had made. It was an impressive level of mess. He'd also turned himself. So it was just, ugh. And of course, his response when caught was just to go, "Look, I'm cute. Do you want to rub my belly? I'm really cute. Don't be mad at me. I'm really cute." The bag is still like in his mouth, and he's got it all over him too. But like, I'm really cute. Like, I have a belly. I have a chubby belly. Do you want to rub my belly? I'm a puppy. I'm a puppy. I'm 6 months old. Aren't I cute? Don't I have floppy ears and a wiggly tail? Never mind the gigantic fucking mess I just made. Jesus. Not his finest moment. If we're calculating damage, though, it's probably number one. She groans into my mouth, her fingers in my hair as I push her against the elevator wall. I hate arguing with you. I want every inch of her. Right here, right now. To know that we're okay. Okay, fucking doesn't mean you're okay. Never take sex to mean you're okay. Sex is sex. Like, one of the things my very ignorant cousin could not get her head around when I finally came out to certain members of my family, because we'd spoken about sex because I was older than her and I had it before she did and a lot. And when she was getting into a serious relationship and that was starting to come up, there were questions that I did my best to answer without letting her know. She was too young at the time to know that I was into BDSM and had been for several years. So we didn't go there, but eventually she did find out about those things because, we grew up and, you talk about shit, especially when drinking. But she was like, "How can you be gay when I know that you have sex with men?" And I'm like, "Because I'm talking about two different things. That is sex for the sake of having sex. It is sex for the pleasure that sex can give, and it fills other needs. I am talking about relationships and love, and those are very different things. But at the time, she didn't have a concept of having sex with somebody you're not in love with. She'd only been with one person at that point, and they were very much in love. And for her, and I don't begrudge her this is how it should be, she needed to know that they were in love before she was willing to have sex. Again, that's how it should be. She is normal, more or less. And I don't envy her or begrudge her that, but it was really difficult to, like, and we're in our 20s at this point. We're both in our mid-20s. We're not kids anymore. And so she really, and she was genuinely trying. This is a time where I can say she really was trying. But it was just such a foreign concept to her that you would ever have sex with somebody that you are not in a relationship with and that you are not in love with, that it just wasn't computing in her head as being a thing that is possible. Which I fully understood at the time, and I wasn't surprised. One of the times where her naivete and her ignorance didn't piss me off, because I fully understood it. I 100% understood it. I probably should have anticipated it. I didn't, but I understood from her point of view how what I was saying didn't make any sense to her. I think she eventually figured it out, at least to a degree. But, but she is all the person that gave me a, never cracked the cover on it, a Danielle Steele book that's still on the shelf in my room, and said, I think you'll like this one because it's about a girl who was abused sexually by her father. And I'm like, what? Because she knew that was true for me IRL. And then she's like, I think you'll like it because of that. And her mom was in on it. Her mom was the one who suggested to her buying that for me when she was like struggling for a Christmas gift. I don't even remember what I said. I remember trying to just be like, oh, okay. Like, I don't even know how to say it, but it was her version of trying to be nice. As much as that's really fucked up. Like, can you do something horrific and evil but mean it from a good place? If that's true, then that's what that was, and I didn't want to be a bitch. Anna's response is immediate. Her hunger and passion are unleashed in our kiss, her tongue demanding and urgent. Her body rises and presses against mine, seeking relief as I lift her skirt, my fingertips skimming her thighs and feeling the lace and warm, warm flesh. Dude, you're not in a private elevator. Sweet Jesus, you're wearing stockings. What? My voice is hoarse as I slide my thumb across her stocking line. I want to see this. And I pull her skirt right up so I can see the tops of her thighs. They're doing this in a public elevator. If I'm her, I'm furious. I'm like, dude, we're literally going directly into your apartment. The elevator opens into your apartment, but we're not there yet. You can wait 30 goddamn seconds and don't pull my skirt up like that. Who in the hell do you think you are? But we both know who he is and that she tolerates it. I step back to enjoy the view and press the elevator's emergency stop button. Do we know that there's more than one elevator in this building? Because if there isn't, I'm panting. I'm wanting. And she stands there like the fucking goddess she is, staring down. Are they gonna literally fuck in the elevator? Like, ugh, you have an apartment that's like 10 feet away. Her eyes dark, carnal, her breasts rising and falling as she drags air into her lungs. Take your hair down. Anna yanks at her hair tie and her hair spills down over her shoulders and curls at her breasts. Undo the top 2 buttons of your shirt. Go fuck yourself. I whisper. Oh, Kitty is relocated. Growing harder and harder. Her lips parted. She reaches up and slowly, too slowly, undoes the first one, pausing for a beat. She lowers her fingers to the second button and undoes it. Unhurried, tantalizing me further, and finally revealing the soft swell of her breasts. Again, dude, you cannot wait 30 seconds till you're in an actual private place. Do you have any idea how alluring you look right now? I hear the need in my voice. She sinks her teeth into her bottom lip and shakes her head. I think I'm going to explode. I close my eyes and try to bring my body to heel. Stepping forward, I place my hands on the wall on either side of her face, because that's not threatening. She tilts her face up and her eyes meet mine. I think this is the poster for the first one. I didn't know it was actually in the second one. I lean closer. I think you do, Miss Steele, and I think you like to drive me wild. Do I drive you wild? In all things, Anastasia. You're a siren, a goddess. I reach down and grasp her leg above the knee and hitch it up around my waist. Yep, they're gonna fuck in the elevator. And screw anybody else who needs to get anywhere else, because I'm more important and I get what I want, because I'm an epic douchebag. Slowly I lean down, pressing my body into hers, my erection sitting at the sacred junction of her thighs. Good thing he put condoms in his pocket, right? Right? Yes! Because you hit the emergency stop. That is going to trigger things. Yeah, and they don't know why. Like, really, there should be every elevator, especially at this point, there's going to be an intercom where there should be a voice going, hello, hello, is everything okay? Like, I had my arms full of groceries once, and I was coming up, and I had my arms full, and I went to hit my floor, and my floor is up top, and the bag swung, and it hit the emergency alarm, and you can't turn it off. Once it's depressed, you can't, pull it back out, so I was like, fuck. And within literally 10 seconds, the voice of the person in the office where it's connected was saying, hello, what's going on? Is everything okay? And I was like, false alarm. I've got too many bags and it hit it. Everything's fine. I'm sorry. And she was like, okay, I'll turn it off. But that took less than 10 seconds because it auto dials the office in case there is an emergency. And I live in a building with 2 elevators and a service elevator in the back. And there was immediately a response. And I guarantee you, if I had not answered, like if somebody's going to pass out or they're having a stroke or a heart attack or something and they hit the button and then pass out, I promise you there would have been a member of staff looking at the top to see what floor the elevator is going to and then getting up there and opening those doors and calling for EMS immediately if I had not answered. But thankfully I was able to just say false alarm. I kiss her throat, and my tongue tasting and savoring her. She wraps her arms around my neck, and she arches her back, pressing into me. I'm going to take you now. At least he's polite enough to announce it. Again, not asking permission. Just announcing his intent. Has he ever once actually asked her permission for sex? I don't think he has, including their first time. I groan and lift her higher. Grabbing a condom from my pocket, I undo my fly. Hold tight, baby. She tightens her arms around my neck, and I show her the condom. She bites down on the corner, and I tug, and together we rip open the foil packet, which would also, like you said, any wonder she winds up knocked up when he has such a habit of using his teeth, her teeth, whatever, to rip open the condom packet, which is like the best way to make sure you tear the condom. And also get really disgusting lube in your mouth. Like, I'm surprised for that reason that he doesn't use flavored condoms, which personally I'm against. I think they're dangerous. Especially, who remembers when glow-in-the-dark condoms became a thing? And, like, some people were idiots and didn't realize they're just a joke. You're not actually supposed to use them to have sex because the glow-in-the-dark chemicals are carcinogenic, and in this case, they were literally just sprinkled on powder on the outside of the condom, so it was safe for the guy, but it was very, very dangerous for the woman. Very, very dangerous. And also, they weren't made to actually be used, so they would rip and fail all the time because they weren't a real product. They were a joke. Like, maybe your first clue on that was that you could buy it at the It store. Who remembers the It store? I used to love that store. My mom was the kind of sussy about letting me in there because she at first I think she thought it was like more mature humor than it was. I was only like 5, so I think she thought it was maybe like too many sex jokes for a little kid kind of thing. But then she went and looked around. She's like, no, it's okay. It's just stupid jokes and shit. You can totally go look at that. And it was one of those stores she knew she could leave me in for like an hour if she had to go do something else and I would still be there. I will say that's something my mom never had to worry about. If she left me somewhere and told me like, stay here until I get back, and usually you're under like threat of being grounded for the rest of your life if you move, if your parents do that. She never had to worry about me wandering off or anything because I would never ever do that because we just very much had that understanding. Plus, she knew like where to leave me where I would be like able to entertain myself and I wouldn't want to go somewhere else. It store, Disney store, these are places you can leave a kid for like 10 minutes and they're not going to get bored and wander off because there's plenty to look at. No, he doesn't ask her permission. No, he doesn't. He really, 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 really doesn't. It's just meant to be funny. I don't know. I think it's supposed to be like the guy puts it on while he's hard and turns out the lights and then like just shakes it around and it's supposed to look funny. I don't know. They don't make them anymore. They stopped because they were, quite frankly, because of consumer idiocy is why they stopped making them. Because as much as they tried and they made the warnings really big, like, don't use, this is a joke product. I remember that. It says, not for use, this is a joke product. That's literally what it said on the box, nice and big. But still, people would use them and girls were getting hurt. And so they eventually stopped manufacturing them because they're like, we've tried and tried and tried to get the message out. These are a joke. They're not for real use, but people are still using them and it's causing injury. So we're just going to stop manufacturing them. Which, more power to them because they were a big seller. So they definitely they left money on the table when they said like, no, public safety comes first. So yeah, good on them. For sure, good on them. But it's one of those things, like, there shouldn't be that like the public at large is so stupid or just willing to ignore clear hazards, like when it's marked right on it. And I realize I'm making the same argument you can apply to smoking, Because my entire lifetime, the entire front of a pack of cigarettes is like pictures of diseased lungs and huge warnings saying smoking causes cancer. And yet I smoked for like 5 or 6 years. A lot. I smoked a lot. And I smoked Rezzies too, but I think Rezzies are cleaner. Not that negates that smoking is bad for you. Of course it's bad for you. Very bad for you. And I grew up knowing that. My generation was the first one to actively know that. I didn't grow up in the 70s when tobacco companies got doctors to lie to you and say, oh no, smoking's actually good for your health. I didn't come from that. I came from the age with the disgusting pictures on the front of the packet. But I fully applaud, I think it's New Zealand. I can't remember, New Zealand or Australia. I think it's New Zealand that now has banned selling cigarettes to anyone under 25 because they are literally phasing them out. They're not taking them away because, if somebody is 45 and they've smoked for 20 years, you can't just cut them off. That would be a nightmare, as well as probably a violation of their rights. But basically what they're doing is ensuring that the current generations, the older generations that smoke, will be the last ones. Because the younger generations will not have access to cigarettes. They cannot be sold cigarettes. So they're phasing them out. And in 20 years, you will not be able to buy cigarettes in New Zealand because nobody will smoke. Which is the only way to do it. Which is something that I was surprised to see them doing, because I had thought of that when I was in my teens, long before I smoked, that if you wanted to really get rid of cigarettes, that's how you do it. You have to phase it out in that generational kind of way, and that would work. And so then, of course, this is 20 years later, after I had the idea, that is what New Zealand's actually doing. And more power to them. I absolutely applaud them for that. It's brilliant, and not only for having the idea, I'm sure lots of people have had the idea. I'm sure other countries have floated it around, but they're actually doing it. They're really doing it, and they don't care who likes it or who doesn't like it. It's being done, and that's how it is. I'm not saying it's absolute or that there won't be a black market for cigarettes. Of course there will be. But it will put a massive dent in it. And they are trying to protect the next generations from things they know to be harmful. So, big ups for that. Not an American company, no. No, it was not. I think the glow-in-the-dark condoms were actually made by a Japanese company. And so they were deeply not okay with their product hurting somebody. Because they never intended it. It never occurred to them that anyone would actually use them. They didn't think that would happen. They thought it would be so obvious that this is just a joke. They kind of underestimated the stupidity of the average consumer a little bit. But a lot of products do that. Why do you think my curling iron says caution may get hot? I tug, and together we rip open the foil packet. Good girl. There it is! I gotta burn it. By the way, got a new torch lighter. $8 on Amazon. New torch lighter. I'm gonna read the other side of the page first in case it goes up, but I'm so glad that I have a fucking torch lighter again. Oh, for so many reasons. Being one. Especially on days like this. Ow, my ear. You ever want to just cut off part of your body? I stepped back a little and managed to slide on the damned condom. God, I can't wait for the next 6 days. No more condoms. I run my thumb over her underwear. Lace. Good. I do hope you're not overly fond of these panties. And the only reply is her heavy breathing in my ear. I push my thumbs through the seam at the back and they tear apart, allowing me access to my happy place. Ah! I can't. Also, he's ripping her panties off in an elevator. Also, and here's a thought that I just had. There's no way in fucking hell there is not a surveillance camera in this elevator. This is a building that he lives in, meaning everyone there is insanely rich. meaning they're going to have top-notch security. So I promise you that somewhere in the basement, there is a group of security guards watching him rip her panties off in the elevator right now. And probably recording it on their phones. And this from a guy that yelled at her earlier in the day for sending, like, personal things that were not explicit, that were not about sex. She was just yelling at him for being a dipshit on her work email, and then got his buddy to, like, hack the work email server to delete the emails so nobody would see. And now he's fucking her in an elevator that's on emergency stop and definitely has a camera in it. Jesus. Definitely gotta not yell so much it makes my ear hurt. And I think it's feeling better. Oh, though I've had like 2 glasses, so I don't know. It could be the wine making me falsely think it's feeling better. As long as I wake up with it feeling better, my brain will stop panicking and being triggered to shit. And that's really all I need. That's all I care about. It's a holiday weekend. It is not a good weekend if I need to like go to a walk-in clinic or something because it's actually something serious that's not going to resolve itself. So really bad weekend to need medical care. Also, I'm atrocious with medical care, and I will have an absolute hysterical panic attack at even the thought. Plus, my health card's wildly outdated. That doesn't matter here because I still have the number, and so it doesn't matter that it's expired. There's paperwork for that. It doesn't matter. Or even if I didn't have one, wouldn't matter. But it's not the time that you want to be trying to go to a clinic or something, which are probably all closed because it's a holiday weekend. So I'd probably have to go to the emergency room, and that is hell. That is literally hell. That is my volunteering for torture and abuse, and I'm not in the mood. So my ear better fucking be a lot better tomorrow. With my eyes on hers, I take her slowly. Fuck, she feels good. She arches her back and closes her eyes and groans. I pull back and sink slowly into her once more. This is what I want. This is what I need. After such a shitty day, is there any more clear way to say that he is just literally using her as a fuck doll right now? She didn't run. She's here. For me. With me. Because you're supposed to be talking about your issues. And your insane jealousy and you're being an epic douchebag all day. And instead you're fucking in an elevator. You're mine, Anastasia. The words wash against her throat. Yes, yours. When will you accept that this is not what you should be saying to him? This is dangerous. I'm highlighting the panties thing. Her words are a sigh, and it's what I want to hear. What I need to hear. I take her. Fast. Furious. I need her. Notice there's like no foreplay here to like get her or her body ready for this. And he's thinking literally only of himself. With each little cry, each pant, each tug of my hair, I know she needs me too. I lose myself in her and feel her spiral out of control. Oh, baby. I moan and she comes around me, crying out, and I follow, whispering her name. Okay, let's take a poll. Ladies, because that whole sex scene, even if you play it out in real time, from him putting his hands on either side of her face to both of them supposedly coming, it is like it's less than 1 page. At best, it is playing out to be about 2 minutes long. Are you getting from I just got home from working late and I'm tired to orgasm in an elevator in under 2 minutes? I mean, I know men can get there in that time, but women are different. I kiss her, holding her, as my composure returns. We're forehead to forehead, and her eyes are closed. Oh, Anna, I need you so much. I close my eyes and kiss her forehead, thankful I've found her. And I you, Christian, she whispers. I release her and straighten her skirt, and I do up the top buttons of her shirt. I punch the override code into the elevator keypad and it jolts to life. How does he know that? Taylor will be wondering where we are. Yeah, there's also that. I'm amazed Taylor isn't, like, breaking into the elevator to see if Layla's in there and has them hostage. That, too. I didn't even think of that, but true. I give her a wicked grin and she tries in vain to smooth out her hair. After a few futile attempts, she gives up and opts for a ponytail. Who cares? You're going home. You can look like crap. You'll do, I reassure her, and zip up my fly and slip the condom and her ruined panties into my pocket for disposal later. Taylor's waiting when the elevator doors open. Problem with the elevator, I say as we step out, but I avoid eye contact with him. Yeah, probably because everybody knows. Anna scampers off to the bedroom, no doubt to freshen up. I make my way to the bedroom where Mrs. Jones is preparing dinner. The sob is here, Mr. Gray, Taylor says, having followed me into the kitchen. Everybody knows. Great. I'll let Anna know. Sir, he smiles, and he and Gail exchange a look before he turns to leave. Good evening, Gail, I say, ignoring their look as I slip off my jacket. I hang it on the bar stool and sit down at the counter. Good evening, Mr. Gray. Dinner will be ready shortly. Smells good. Damn, I'm hungry. Coco Ban for 2. She gives me a fond sideways glance as she takes 2 plates out of the warming drawer. I'm just checking that Miss Steele will be with us tomorrow. Yes, I'll fix lunch for her again. Great. Anna returns to join me at the kitchen counter and Mrs. Jones serves us our dinner. Enjoy, Mr. Gray. Anna, she says, and exits the kitchen. I fetch a bottle of Chablis from the fridge and pour us each a glass. Anna tucks into her food. She's hungry. I like to see you eat. I know. She pops a piece of chicken into her mouth. I grin and take a sip of wine. Tell me something good about your day, I say when she's finished chewing. Before we move on to the next page, we have a slight matter of fire needing to be done. Okay, so let's see if I can do this. This is a new lighter. There may be a learning curve. Also, I've got it set really low. Okay. Low enough that it keeps kind of going out. Woo, it's strong. And it's hard to see because... Just for good measure. Okay, that worked really well. That's what I'm looking for. Targeted obliteration. Without setting the entire book on fire. Oh, it smells so good. Campfire smell. Okay, it maybe burned a little deeper than I thought. Oops. I think I can read through it. I can read through it. And the next page, let's see. And the next. And the next. Okay, note to self. Has a thick burn. Let's shall we say. There's a hole in the page. It's cracked. I shouldn't have gone for the second time, okay? Like I said, new lighter, learning curve. Learning curve. We'll get there. I'll figure it out. Eventually. Oh, I'm forgetting all my plugs. By the way, for anyone who wasn't here in the beginning, we have new ducks. They're in the bag that the first ducks came in because the bag they came in wasn't the kind I could stick my hand in and move it around, so I put them in here. Haven't gone through them yet, but there's new ducks. You got about an hour left, so not last chance, but getting close to if you want to be the first to sponsor a brand new duck. There's lots of different ones. I haven't gone through them. They got here like an hour before we started. I haven't had time to go through. There's some that I'm definitely going to paint on because they're either too plain or doubles, though I really have only seen like one outright double. We got a lot of ones in here that we don't have already that are different ducks, so that's good. But some of them are like the blue one, and there's a green one and a pink one, and they're just a blue duck. We need a little more than that. I don't know what I'm going to do with them yet, but the ones I'm going to paint, I am going to take pictures of. They're going to be up in the Discord, and I'm going to be asking for suggestions for what should we make these into. But there's plenty of new ones in here. If anybody would like to sponsor a duck tonight. We've had a breakthrough today with the design of our solar-powered tablet. It has so many different applications. We'll be able to make solar-powered phones, too. You're excited about that. Very. And they'll be cheap to produce and distribute in developing countries. Careful, your philanthropy is showing, she teases. But her expression is warm. So is it just in New York or Aspen that you have property? Oh yeah, because of course he told her he has an apartment in New York. Yes. Where in New York? Tribeca. Tell me about it. It's an apartment. I rarely use it. In fact, my family uses it more than I do. I'll take you, whenever you want to go. Anna stands and collects my plate and puts it in the sink. I think she's about to wash up. Leave that. Kale will do it. She looks happier than when she got into the car. Well, now that you're more docile, Miss Steele, shall we talk about today? Did you try to fuck her into not being mad at you? Because that's not how girls work. I think you're the one who's more docile. Correct. I think I'm doing a good job in taming you. Taming me, I snort, amused that she thinks I need taming. You do. If anyone's the shrew in this, it's you. She nods. She's serious. Taming me. Well, I'm certainly more docile since our assignation in the elevator. And she was more than happy to contribute to that encounter. Is that what she means? What the fuck do you mean she contributed? She did nothing. She literally did and said nothing. It is possibly her most fuckdoll performance because she didn't say a goddamn word and she was not participating in the sex. She was just the thing you were doing it to. She was not a human being in that moment. She was the thing you were sticking your dick in. Like, I can't even call that an encounter because she really didn't need to be a person with a brain, supposedly, to be what he needed in that moment. Like, a pocket pussy would have done just as well. Or a fleshlight. Like, Yes, maybe you are, Anastasia. You were right about Jack, she says and leans across the kitchen counter, regarding me seriously. My blood runs cold. Has he tried anything? She shakes her head. No, and he won't, Christian. I told him today that I'm your girlfriend and he backed right off. You're sure? I could fire the fucker. I'm honestly amazed that he hasn't already. He's history. I want him out. Yeah, like, that was always the plan. From the beginning, that was the plan. Oh, wow. The second page actually cracked a little bit too. Okay, definitely one pass with the torchlighter. Anna sighs. You really have to let me fight my own battles. You can't constantly second guess me and try to protect me. It's stifling, Christian. I'll never flourish with your incessant interference. I need some freedom. I wouldn't dream of meddling in your affairs. Yeah, except you're never, ever, ever going to get that. I only want you safe, Anastasia. If anything happened to you, I know, she says, and I understand why you feel so driven to protect me. And part of me loves it. I know that if I need to, you'll be there. As I am for you. But if we're to have any hope of a future together, you have to, trust me and trust my judgment. Yes, I'll get it wrong sometimes. I'll make mistakes, but I have to learn. It's a passionate plea, and I know she's right. And again, the problem with this is that they're both acting like teenagers, but she's the one sounding like it. She sounds like a teenager begging daddy for a little more freedom and like to be able to stay out, till 11 o'clock on a Friday night. She sounds like, I was just watching somebody react to this today. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, the first one, not the crappy remake. She sounds like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air when, like, Ashley has numerous, she's the youngest daughter, she's the baby, until they introduced a kid that they then forgot about. But she's daddy's little girl, and he's, right from the beginning of the show, he's horribly overprotective of her. He infantilizes her, but they're at the point in the show where she's not a little girl anymore. She's like 15, but daddy is refusing to acknowledge that she is growing up. She's dating boys. She's dressing a little more provocative. She's wearing makeup. He just refuses to see it until it comes to a head, and she really loses her temper at him and just is. And it comes to a head where he finally sees that he's like emotionally devastating her and making her feel like unloved and almost accused by his constant interfering and going on her dates with her and insisting they go to see Care Bears at the movie when she's 15, and she lets him have it in public, and he's like, okay, I'm being a jackass. I need to, as much as it's hard, and I'm her father and I want to protect her, and that's where it's coming from. I'm doing too much, and I'm hurting her with what I'm doing. And so even though I don't like it and I'm uncomfortable, I need to back off, and I need to give her space to grow up and figure it out for herself and let her make her mistakes and, and figure it out and have her space. And he gets to that point eventually, and it's a very poignant episode in the series, where he's, because that's what it is. When you stifle someone, you're overprotective like this, you feel like you're protecting them, but you're hurting them. You're holding them back. You're stopping them from growing and developing. And that's what she's saying here is, I need to figure it out for myself. I'm just starting to work. I'm just starting to have work relationships. I got to figure it out and make my own mistakes. It reminds me a lot of a line from Bicentennial Man. I know people pan that movie. They shouldn't. It's a good movie, where Robin Williams as the robot is arguing with the woman that he's in a relationship with, and they're in love. And she's like, you keep stopping me from making what you perceive to be a mistake because you can calculate everything. You can see the many different various futures, and you stop me. And she's like, you can't do that. You have to let me make my mistakes. And he's trying to understand her, but he's still a robot. And he's like, why would I do that? He's like, oh, to learn from your mistakes. And she's like, no, to make them. And he doesn't get it, and that this is a major sticking point between their relationship that goes on for some time and resolves eventually. It's a really good movie. If you haven't seen Bicentennial Man, watch it. It's really good. It does not deserve the reputation that it got. It is a good movie. I think it was just a little ahead of its time, and it's one of those movies you have to think about. And it was getting into that time of people didn't want movies you had to think about. They wanted big, loud, dumb, and stupid. This is where Michael Bay and Roland Emmerich make their whole careers. I think they're making actually another Transformers movie, which I'm just like, why? And aren't they entirely made by AI at this point? Like, if the next Transformers movie came out and you discovered it was entirely made by AI, would you really be surprised? Isn't that who was already making them? Oh, movies directed by a guy whose career started in porn. True fact about Michael Bay. True fact. Which kind of explains the attitude towards women in all of his movies and why Megan Fox called him out publicly and Hollywood decided she was the problem. This is way pre-Me Too. But yeah, it was Hollywood decided she was the problem for calling him out for being a creepy, perverted, disgusting pig. Hello to the people who just came in. Welcome here. Say hi in the chat. It's just, Flynn's words come to mind. You will drive her away if you continue on this path. Entirely true. She comes towards me with quiet determination, and taking my hands, places them around her waist. Gently she puts her hands on my arms. You can't interfere with my job. It's wrong. I don't need you charging in like a white knight to save the day! I called him out for unwanted white knighting earlier! I called him out for that shit. Because yes, there is a time and place to be the white knight for your girl. And there's times when I even would appreciate it, but there's more times where I would smack you for it and be like, I don't need you to do that for me. I can do that for myself. I can take care of myself. If I want your help, I will ask for it, but don't jump in and like undermine me thinking you're protecting me. I'm not going to thank you for that. I know you want to control everything, and I understand why, but you can't. It's an impossible goal. You have to learn to let go. Notice she's saying all this, and he's going to agree with it, I have no doubt, but he's never actually going to do it. Because he doesn't change or make any actual real progress anywhere in this series. If anything, after they're married, it gets worse. Because he just constantly gets worse. She strokes my face. And if you can do that, give me that. I'll move in with you. So she's very much carrot and sticking things at the moment. You do that. Yes, she says. But you don't know me. I blurt, suddenly panicked. I have to tell her. You asked her to move in! And now you're going, oh, you don't know what you're getting into. Well, like 5 times in this chapter, he's been like, if she really knows, she'll run away. And, like, dude, your big secret is not that big. Because, again, if she had a functioning brain in her head, she would have put 2 and 2 together from what she's already seen. Between the I like to whip and beat little brown-haired girls and seeing the photo of his mother, that is 2 plus 2, and she should have put it together instantly because it's obvious as fuck. Only the author thinks that there's like mystery here. There's not. I know you well enough, Christian. Nothing you tell me about yourself will frighten me away, she said to the person she's known for 3 weeks. who has a deranged stalker with a gun after him and her. That right there should tell you there is some serious shit you don't know about. I doubt that. She doesn't know why I do what I do. She doesn't know the monster. She touches my cheek again, trying to reassure me. But if you could just ease up on me. I'm trying, Anastasia. No, you're not. You're finding excuses to be more and more controlling and limiting, which, by the way, let's also address the very large red flag of him isolating her, because he's been doing that from the beginning. And isolation, deliberately isolating your partner, is one of the biggest signs of an abusive douchebag, because they don't want you to have anywhere to run. They don't want you to have friends who are going to say to you, hey, what he just did is not okay. And you shouldn't be tolerating it. And that's abusive, and you're better than that. He doesn't want her having friends that are going to point it out. He doesn't want her having people or places that she can run to. Like, again, I have people in my family that this happened to that, got involved with an abusive douchebag, and they moved my family member and her children from a previous marriage. They had one together, and moved her from a major city where she had a high-paying job and coworkers and friends and a lot of family, and she had a social life and, was very outgoing, happy person. He moved her to literally one of the smallest, most undeveloped suburbs at the time that literally was basically just rows of houses in the middle of nowhere and nothing. They didn't even have paved roads at the time that he forced her to relocate her family and her children there. And then literally within a month had forced her to sell her car, so they only had one car that he took to work every day, leaving her trapped in the house with the children because, again, place had dirt roads at the time. There was no buses. There's nowhere to go. Like, there wasn't even a mall at the time. There was nobody and nothing. Because that's how he wanted it. And, of course, it turned into devastation, abuse, financial, like her, the children, all of it, because there was nobody to stop it. There was nobody to see it and say, hey, this isn't okay. You need to not put up with it. And she's, last I heard, she's still in that place and in that cycle. She never got out of it. Like, her kids are grown and gone now, but the damage was done. So yeah, isolation, really one of the worst forms of abuse, because it allows room for so much more and worse abuse. I couldn't stand by and let you go to New York with that sleazeball. He has an alarming reputation that you could have just told her about. Again, he hasn't. He hasn't told her yet that, by the way, he has a history of hushed up and settled harassment. They didn't say sexual harassment, but it's implied. Why they didn't say it, I don't know. Probably censorship. Somebody's panties got in a bunch. But it's like, what is wrong with you? And, like, again, just tell her. Tell her these things. Like, he's never kept an assistant for more than 3 months. He's job hopped from here to there many, many, many times, even to the devastation of his career. Something's very wrong. That's why I am worried about you going to New York, because you're alone. You're in another state. You're in a hotel. I'm not there to protect you. You don't have anywhere to run to. Who knows what might happen? Harvey Weinstein situation splashing through his head. If you explain why, you can meet in the middle there, because you're not just a crazy, jealous douchebag boyfriend. If you're saying, hey, I have real reasons to be afraid of him, and that you should be afraid of him because he's got a history. Then all of a sudden you go from irrational, narcissistic stalker douchebag to boyfriend who is genuinely concerned based on the facts. But he didn't tell her any of this. He just said, no, I forbid you from doing your job and going to New York with your boss. I forbid it, and I own the company and I own you. So do what I say, and I don't care what it does to your career or what you personally want or think. Like, he could have done it in a caring, legitimate way, and he chose douchebag. Like, again, I don't understand. This is why I don't understand the writing him his internal monologue as having so much insight, but then he doesn't do anything with the insight. He doesn't say it out loud to her. He doesn't use it to explain, not justify. I'm not saying justify, but at least explain some of his behavior and some of his intent when he gets it wrong. Because there is some allowance for, I was trying to protect you, but I did it in the wrong way. Because he's learning to. This is his first relationship. It's the first time he's had to deal with these things. So he's going to make mistakes. Like, of course. But as long as you're honest about it and you have good communication, you can get through that. But they don't have that. So that's why he is just abusive. Like, communication makes all the difference. Oh. How is it almost midnight and it's still too warm? Oh, apparently now he's going to tell her he has an alarming reputation. None of his assistants have lasted more than 3 months, and they're never retained by the company. Okay, that is a whole other level of douchebag, which says that, like, when they complained about him, the company response was to get rid of them. So Fox News. Because they lost, like, 5 or 6 of their anchors inside of a year under Me Too circumstances, and it was revealed that, like, 30 plus women, Matt Lauer, I believe, and what was his name? Bill something. He was like their lead guy, epically old, bald, Bill something, I don't remember. But the two of them both had dozens of accusers over the years. They both worked at Fox News for decades, literally decades. And they'd had dozens and dozens of accusers. And every single time, the Fox News response was to silence the women, attack the women, destroy their reputation, destroy their career, and then pay them off and fire them. Bill O'Reilly. It was Bill O'Reilly. And when all the dirt came out on him, the one thing that I will always remember is that one of the settlements Fox News made, because again, Fox News paid all these settlements. They paid hundreds of millions of dollars to settle sexual harassment complaints and worse, like actual, like, rape and things like that, and worse, and stalking and intimidation and blah, blah. Like, the list goes on and on. They paid dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of women hundreds of millions of dollars. But they kept Lauer and they kept O'Reilly because they were the money makers. They were the faces of the network. They got the most ratings. So it was cheaper to just pay off the women, destroy their careers, and fire the women. But I will never forget that one of Bill O'Reilly's settlements that came out, we never got any details, but Fox News paid one particular woman, again, her name was withheld, but they paid her $32 million. All of his other settlements were like between 2 and 5 million, which is still disgusting. And the fact that he had multiple ones, still disgusting. But one in particular, $32 million, which always made me go, what in the actual fuck did he do to her for them to pay that? And what also was happening was that every time, even though they were racking them up between the two of them, they were racking up one, then another, then another, then another, until it got into the dozens and more dozens. And what kept happening? Every 5 years, Fox News would renew their contracts. and they would give them huge bonuses. Like when O'Reilly left, he had just signed a new contract for 5 more years at a great pay bump. And when he left, they paid him off. They paid him off. He got Me Too'd out of there and he walked away with a settlement of like $120 million. Because they had just renewed his contract for like the 11th time, knowing that he's a monster and having paid all these settlements for decades. But they kept promoting him and increasing the advertising budget for his show and increasing his salary because he was bankable and the women were disposable. And that's how it was. Like, women were chattel at that company and still are. The fact that Fox News still exists really boggles me, because what the hell are they left? We have a friend joining us while she knits. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, we got about 10 pages left. I was on a rant about Me Too and men being abusive bastards.
Oh, well, that's fine.
You know, and the whole Lauer was on NBC. Okay, my apologies. I did confuse that. Yeah, Matt Lauer was NBC. Bill O'Reilly was Fox News. So, and Fox News lost a few.
The Lauer one was a shocker.
It really was. I will say, I wasn't expecting him. Bill O'Reilly, I totally believe, though.
Oh, God, yeah.
No problem. Anyone at Fox News, I believe, because that was their company model.
Hang on. It helps if I do this.
Yes.
I'm like, why am I feeling the cord for my headphones?
It helps if it's plugged in, yes. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I mean, I could hear you all along. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Oh, my God. Stop this thing. I want to get off.
Oh, I'm not even drunk.
Me neither.
I should be.
Me neither.
But no, this is Christian Grey is pulling his own version of overprotective douchebag.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's found out that her boss is basically a creep. He's had numerous settlements. He's moved around companies. But rather than tell her that, he just said, no, I forbid you to go on a work trip with him. And then they've been fighting about it all day. And then they had like 2-minute sex in the elevator where she could have been replaced with a fleshlight.
With a what?
Fleshlight.
A flashlight.
Fleshlight.
Oh, a flashlight. I don't know what that is.
Okay, it looks like a flashlight, but when you take the cap off, there's a silicone vagina in it that men put their dick in and jerk off with. It's also known as a pocket pussy.
I see.
I really gotta educate you on some sex toys, because that's one of the most basic of all time. It's been around forever. But yeah, she could have been replaced by that or a blow-up doll, because she doesn't speak or move during the sex. He just does it to her, which is frequently that's frequently how they are. That's frequently how their sex scenes are. He just does it to her, and her participation or consent is not required.
Not required.
Not at all.
Oh, there it is.
So now they're at home, and she's trying to make the point that he needs to let her live her actual life and not interfere with her job. And by the way, I don't need you doing the white knight bullshit. I can take care of myself, grown woman, blah, blah, blah.
Has he bought the company yet?
Yeah, and she knows it, but nobody else does. Yet he sent it. Yet here's the double standard of the day. He told her in a work email. He emailed her work address, which he knows is monitored and recorded because it's a work email. Reminding her, don't tell anyone I bought the company, because that news is embargoed for 4 weeks until it's made public, because stock market, blah blah blah, business, and you got to sign all the paperwork before it's official. But then when she said something like kind of personal, basically telling him to stop being a controlling douchebag, he got on the phone to his criminal underling and told him to get into the servers for the publication company and delete all the emails from him to her. But that wouldn't have included the one where he said that, because she replied back. And I'm like, okay, so by the end of the day, everybody knows. this is a small company of like 20 people. Everybody knows.
Yeah.
And he just employed such a double standard of he can say whatever, but if she says it, she's wrong, and he's yelling and mad, and he's always mad. And
always mad about something.
Yeah. And then, used her as a fuck doll, and so now they're home, and she's trying to make a point that she's a person, and of course he's unable to see her that way. By the way, he acted like a complete douchebag after asking her to move in. They've known each other for 3 weeks, and he's like, move in with me. By the way, I forbid you from going on a work trip with your boss to New York. I forbid you, and I will stop you by any means necessary.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he got threatening about it.
So stupid.
Oh. Ugh. Okay. I gotta clean something. Hold 2 seconds.
Alrighty.
A ladybug crashed on my screen.
Oh no.
I have to get rid. I have a thing about bugs.
Guy bombed.
I have a thing about bugs, which I think comes from my mom used to tell me when I was like, I had asthma. I was born with asthma, and when I was a tiny baby, it used to cause sky high fevers. Apparently, like really dangerous high. And so I was in and out of the NICU all the time. But she said one of the things that used to happen is my fever would be so high I'd get hallucinations, and I used to scream. Apparently, I don't remember this at all, but she said I used to scream that the walls were covered in bugs and that they were on me and they were biting me. And so I think that's why I have a thing about bugs.
Oh,
I think that's probably where it comes from.
That's a good assumption.
Yeah, even though I don't remember it, I was like, from the time I would like. Also, I was a preemie baby with some problems.
Oh,
like,
you were?
Yeah, in 1987, I was born at a weight of under 2 pounds.
Oh, my bestie was born. She's in 1975, and she weighed less than 2 pounds. She's a miracle.
Yeah, I was an 11-week preemie.
Whoa.
Yeah. Literally, my mom said, and I will say my grandmother did back this up. She was in the room, and like years later in my 20s, I asked her if this was actually true, and she confirmed, even though I could tell she didn't want to, that my mom, I was born by emergency C-section in the middle of the night because my mom's kidneys failed, and I was drowning, so they had to like emergency situation, and so that's why I was born so early.
Yeah.
But I had been told, like, I don't think they knew that I knew this, but basically when my mom woke up from the surgery and said, "Where's my baby?"
Mm-hmm.
The doctor said to her, "It's not going to survive. It'll be dead by morning. You should go home and just forget this ever happened."
What?
Yeah.
What a dick.
And my grandmother confirmed that, yes, that's exactly what was said. You should go home and forget this ever happened. To which my mother apparently said, "You get out of here and bring me my baby."
Some version of fuck you.
Yeah, some version of fuck you. I'm guessing she actually said fuck you, but my grandmother was too Catholic to say it. But I know my mother. Fuck you would have been what she said.
That's what I would have said.
That's exactly what my mother would have said. She wasn't someone that cursed a lot. But when it was called for, my mom could curse like a sailor.
Oh, I mean.
Where do you think I learned it?
A doctor who doesn't know what mothers of newborns are like is a stupid doctor.
Well, also, this was Catholic hospital of a single unwed mother in 1987.
There you go.
Where there are stories that trace to that hospital of these single unwed mothers being told that their babies had died.
Sure.
And then the babies were put up for adoption. Yeah. And that actually is a confirmed thing that was a scandal at the hospital where I was born.
I have no doubt. You know, all in the name of God.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All in the name. Anyway, let's not go there.
Nah, longer conversation.
Yeah.
So we have. So he's finally now, even though he could have done this all day and avoided like so many fights, he's finally now telling her that, by the way, your boss has a history of covered up and settled harassment. They didn't say sexual harassment, but they're certainly implying it.
Yeah.
Complaints from past assistants, and he's changed jobs a lot for this reason. But he's only now telling her this after they've been fighting all day about it.
And he's known all along that he was her boss.
he's known all day and didn't tell her. None of his assistants have lasted more than 3 months, and they're never retained by the company. So not only does he harass them, the company quietly settles with them and then fires them. Which is why I got into the whole Bill O'Reilly thing, because that's what Fox News did.
Yeah.
I don't want that for you, baby. I don't want anything to happen to you. You being hurt, the thought fills me with dread. I can't promise not to interfere. Not if I think you'll come to harm. So in other words, I respect your autonomy, and I know what you want, but I am going to completely ignore it.
Just put the girl in a bubble.
Yep.
Put her in a bubble.
Gilded cage all the way.
Pull her up.
At this point, I'm genuinely surprised that he's not insisting she wear an ankle monitor.
Have one implanted under her skin.
I have said that! I have said that he definitely would have, like, secretly injected her with an RFID tracker in her sleep.
Well, like, an air
I totally have said that because it makes sense. And they existed at the time.
Oh, just call one of your doctors.
Yeah, call your gynecologist for on emergency call that can just show up in the middle of the day and is willing to just, do whatever you say because money.
Yeah, because money.
Because money. Yeah. No, that's the reason he gets away with everything that he does, because money. It's in her jewelry. He hasn't given her jewelry yet. She's not engaged yet. She's not wearing the ring yet. I guarantee you her engagement ring definitely has a full, like, RFID chip. Oh, you know each other. Hi.
No, I'm just saying hi.
Yeah, Sarah's been here a few times. Good to see you again.
Yes.
So yes, I love you so much. I'm going to ignore your autonomy or independence as a human being because I think I know better.
Your love.
Yeah, that's real love, baby. I take a deep breath. I love you, Anastasia. I will do everything in my power to protect you. I cannot imagine my life without you. Quite the speech, Gray. The voice in his head is very active right now. I love you too, Christian. She folds her arms around my neck and kisses me, her tongue teasing my lips. Taylor coughs in the background, and I stand with Anna by my side. Yes, I asked Taylor, a little more sharply than intended. Mrs. Lincoln is on her way up, sir. Oh, Mrs. Robinson. Oh, hell yes, in her car. Also, he bought all of her clothes that she's now wearing, so I promise you they're like sewn into the lining of her clothes. And her shoes, definitely the shoes. And the handbags. I promise you it's all loaded with like trackers. All of it.
And I'm sure there's people.
Oh, no, they have security right now that is literally reporting to him on her every move without her knowledge. Her own security that's supposed to be there to protect her from the crazy stalker girl that's still an ongoing thing. They haven't found her yet.
Mm-hmm.
But she doesn't know that she thought the security guards were just dropping her off at work and then picking her up. But no, they were sitting in a cafe across the street watching the entrance to the building to see if she left at any point because she promised him she wouldn't go out for any reason. And then her boss sent her to the deli on the corner to get lunch, and they immediately called him and were like, she left the building, sir. I thought you would want to know.
Alert!
Yeah.
What do we do?
They did nothing, was what they did. But they immediately informed him of her every movement. Which, and that's an ongoing thing. I remember that being an ongoing thing.
Yeah.
That never changes throughout the end of the book. So it continues for her whole life. Yeah, that she's constantly being watched and reported on by people supposedly there to protect her, but they clearly answer to him, not her. Oh, yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And he just bought her a new car, so you know that's loaded up with spyware and probably internal cameras that he can access and watch her. Not that he has ever let her drive. This is like the second or third car that he has bought her, and then he literally doesn't ever let her drive.
I don't remember her driving, ever.
She never drives, except for
one time.
where he was yelling at her to break speed laws, run through traffic, weave in our lanes, run red lights because they thought they were being followed. So he tells her to drive insanely, recklessly, and dangerously.
Yeah.
And even at one point, she's like, well, what if I get caught? I'll lose my license. He's like, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it.
Daddy will take care of it.
Because laws don't apply to him.
Probably not.
It's true. It's been true so far.
Yep.
What? Taylor gives me an apologetic shrug. I shake my head. Well, this should be interesting, I mutter, and give Anna a contrite smile. Anna looks from me to Taylor, and I don't think she quite believes him. He gives her a nod and leaves. Did you talk to her today? She asks me. Yes. What did you say? I said that you didn't want to see her and that I understood your reasons why. I also told her I didn't appreciate her going behind my back. Yeah, because somehow Mrs. Robinson got Anna's work email, which, how would she get her work email at a place she's worked for like less than 10 days? And emailed her saying, we should have lunch and talk about Christian, to which, because Anastasia sees her for what she is, she's a manipulative pedophile and abuser, whereas Christian has this, like, rose-tinted goggles, lovey-dovey image of what they were, which, you know...
The one relationship in those books I couldn't figure out.
Yeah.
With her.
Yeah.
And
it's because he never gets there.
Huh? I just had to sneeze.
Okay. But he never actually makes the turn on Elena and comes to see her as the abuser that she was, or the person that took advantage of the emotionally crippled, already abused, traumatized child to contribute more to his abuse and use him for her own needs. He never figures that out. Ever.
Could have been a serial killer.
Well, we in our own canon of this, he's actually the serial killer because we believe at least 10 of his 14 prior subs are dead and buried, and that Taylor buried them.
That's the book I would read.
I know, right? It'd be so much better if that was the ending. If it ended with him burying Anastasia in the basement a year after they've been married, that would be a real ending. I'd believe that instead of the happily ever after epilogue.
Forever.
Yeah, instead of that bullshit.
Forever.
Yes, that's what I meant by forever. Now I own you forever because I killed you. Which, by the way, a lot of serial killers state that is why they killed their victims, so that they could possess and own them forever.
Yeah.
Who was the guy? Dahmer. Dahmer famously said he killed his sex partners so that they would basically be able to like continue servicing him in the afterlife. That he was like trying to enslave them in the afterlife.
He wasn't dead though.
He was not, but that is why he killed them, so they'd be there waiting for him when he died. And he would still control them. He was a very fucked up individual.
Seriously fucked up. I started to watch the movie Netflix or whatever, and I
I heard it was really good. I haven't seen it, but I heard it was good.
I'm sure it was.
It's on my list to watch because I also know who's in it because I know him from American Horror Story, and he's a powerhouse actor. Oh my god,
he's amazing
for being so young too.
He is amazing.
Yeah, genuinely.
Evan Peters.
Evan Peters. I was gonna say, is it Evan Peters? Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolute genius.
Yeah, I love that guy.
Genius of his craft.
Yeah.
I hope he does a Ben Affleck, and when he's had enough of acting, he becomes a director because I think he would be like rival to Spielberg as a director.
You would kill it as a director.
Right? I think he'd be amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, so I hope he makes that turn someday.
Yeah. Or now. Do it now.
Yeah. Play a few more serial killers for us first.
Yes.
Did you talk to her today? Blah, blah, blah. What did she say? She brushed it off in that way that only Elena can. Why do you think she's here? I have no idea. Taylor returns to the living room. Mrs. Lincoln, he says, and Elena stands staring at the two of us. I pull Anna closer to my side. Elena, I say, wondering why the hell she's here. She looks from me to Anna. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had company, Christian. It's Monday, she says. Girlfriend, I clarify. Submissive's only on the weekend, Mrs. Lincoln. You know this. This is in his head, by the way.
Ah.
Yeah, again, everything he should say out loud, he says in his head. Yeah, that's a running theme. Of course. Hello, Anastasia. I didn't know you'd be here. I know you don't want to talk to me. I accept that. So in other words, I was trying to talk to your boyfriend behind your back.
Exactly.
Do you? Anna's tone is deadly. Hell. Yeah. Christian, just duck and cover. This is a cat fight. Duck and cover. Excuse yourself from the room and just let them kill each other. Run. Once I give him permission, run. Elena walks towards us. Yes, I get the message. I'm not here to see you. Like I said, Christian rarely has company during the week. She pauses and addresses Anna directly. I have a problem and I need to talk to Christian about it. Oh, do you want a drink? I ask. Yes, please, she says. I fetch a glass. This is what you do when she's invading your privacy uninvited, is, do you want a drink? When I turn, they are both sitting in awkward silence at the kitchen island. Shit. Yeah, at least he's smart enough to know this is bad. This is really bad.
Bad.
Yeah, bad. This is not good, not good. Worlds colliding, hair getting pulled. This day. It just gets better and better. I pour wine into both of their glasses and take a seat between them. Not where you should be. What's up? I ask Elena. Elena's eyes dart to Anna. Anastasia's with me now. I reach across and give Anna's hand a reassuring squeeze and hope that she keeps quiet. Yeah, she's with me, but shut up!
What? Yeah.
Yeah, fuck you. Like, fuck this guy so hard. The sooner Elena says her piece, the sooner she'll be gone. Elena looks nervous, unlike her usual self. She twists her ring, a sure sign that something's agitating her. I'm being blackmailed. How? I asked, appalled. She pulls a note out of her purse. I don't want to touch it. Put it down. Lay it out. Yeah, fingerprints. I point with my chin at the marble top and tighten my hold on Anna's hand. You don't want to touch it, Elena asks. No, fingerprints. See? There, yep, that's exactly why.
Yep.
Christian, you know I can't go to the police with this, because he'd be arrested. She puts the note on the counter. It's written in capital letters. Mrs. Lincoln, 5,000 or I tell all.
5,000? That's it?
Which is like nothing. She's a successful business owner of 2 high-end salons in a very popular city. Like, that's nothing. I'm sure she spends more than that on, like, a new dress. Like,
makeup.
And she comes from money. She married money, and when they separated, she had a lot of money.
Wow. I don't remember that.
They're only asking for $5,000? That doesn't seem right. Yeah, like she's worth like 100 times that.
100 times that, yeah.
Any idea who it might be? Someone in the community. No, she responds. Link? I think that's her divorced husband.
Oh, yeah.
What? After all this time? I don't think so. Does Isaac know? That's her current boy toy, who's like 30 years younger than her.
Of course.
I haven't told him. I think he needs to know. Anna tugs at her hand. She wants out. What? I ask Anna. I'm tired. I think I'll go to bed, she says. In other words, I don't want to be here and I don't need to be hearing this. Because, like,
this bitch.
Yeah, like, this is her being blackmailed for being a pedophile. I don't need to hear it. Like, just let go.
Yep. Karma.
Yep. I search her face to see what she's really thinking, and as usual, I have no idea. Wow, is that a leftover line from Twilight?
Oh my god, yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, I answer. I won't be long. I release her hand and she gets up. Good night, Anastasia, Elena says. Anna responds, her voice frigid, and she stalks out of the room. I turn my attention back to Elena. I don't think there's a great deal I can do, Elena. If it's a question of money, I stop. She knows I'd give her the money. I could ask Welch to investigate. No, Christian, I just wanted to share. You look very happy, she adds, changing the subject. I am. Hannah's just agreed to move in. You deserve to be. I wish that were true. Oh, yes, because we're supposed to be all concerned about his feelings of, like, loathing and unworthiness and blah, 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 which if that was at all portrayed or he acted like it, I might have sympathy for, but it's not, and he doesn't. It's not, and he doesn't, and
No.
No. Christian, Elena's tone is chastising. Does she know how negative you are about yourself, about all your issues?
Mhm.
She knows me better than anyone. That's not true at this point.
I don't think so.
Ouch, that hurts. It's the truth, Elena. I don't have to play games with her. And I mean it. Leave her alone. No, you just fucking lie to her all the time. You constantly lie to her.
Yep.
That's not knowing you. That's you being a dick. What is her problem? You. What we were. What we did. She doesn't understand. Make her understand. Yeah, she doesn't understand that, oh, you sexually abusing a 15-year-old emotionally traumatized, very fucked up boy when you're in your 40s and are a bored housewife. Yeah, she doesn't understand that really you were the best thing that could have happened to him and you made him the man that he is today and he owes everything to you, which is what he thinks.
Yeah.
Because she did a wonderful job brainwashing him.
Yes.
So much so that even though by his admission they haven't been a sexual couple for like 10 years, he still feels that way. And that's why they still like have lunch once a week,
Yeah.
and he takes all his submissives to her for her to groom them and style them and for her approval. It's true. Yep. It's true. And she selects his submissives for him. She had selected them from BDSM groups, etc. Like, oh, this one will do. She'll fill his needs for a few months because I know what he needs. And so it's very much just her continuing the abuse. Yeah, it's creepy on so many levels. And then he did try to take Anastasia to her salon so she could get the same submissive makeover, but she was like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm leaving. And it turned into a big fight. Because duh. Yeah. But it's what he's used to. Is of course I take a girl to Elena. Elena remakes her into what I want or what she tells me I want, and then I fuck the girl for a few months till I get bored, and then I throw her away and get a new one, and repeat.
Yeah.
It's in the past, Elena, and why would I want to taint her with our fucked up relationship? She's good and sweet and innocent, and by some miracle she loves me. And this is very much like the virgin cure, if you've ever heard of that.
Oh, that's a book.
It is. I have it. But it was a real thing that back in the day, like Victorian era, guys afflicted with like syphilis, etc., believed that sleeping with a virgin would cure them. Literally. This was real. This is very, very real.
No, I believe you.
In this country. Because that book, The Virgin Cure, it's Canadian.
Yeah, she's Canadian.
It's True History of Canada. She's got a couple others, too, that I've read.
The Birth House?
The Birth House, yes! Yes, I've read The Birth House. Love The Birth House. Love it. Great book. But yeah, same author. And yeah, so it was a real thing. And so Anastasia is very much his virgin cure. She is the Madonna, the healer of, she can banish the darkness and cure everything that's wrong with him with her goodness and her innocence. And
the funny thing is she probably could if he would just not
be honest. Yeah.
But
of course he's not going to. It's no miracle, Christian. Have a little faith in yourself. You really are quite a catch. I've told you often enough. And she seems lovely, too. Strong. Someone to stand up to you. The problem is, every time she tries, he just ignores it. And she's more or less stopped trying at this point.
She has.
She really has. Like she's stronger than both of us. Elena's eyes cool. She looks thoughtful. Don't you miss it. What?
Oh, you hag.
Your playroom. That really is none of your fucking business. I'm sorry. Her sarcasm is irritating. She's anything but sorry. I think you'd better go. And please call before you come again. Christian, I am sorry, she says again, sincerely this time. Since when are you so sensitive?
Oh my god.
Helena, we have a business relationship that has profited us both immensely. Let's keep it that way. What was between us is part of the past. Anastasia is my future, and I won't jeopardize it in any way, so cut the fucking crap. Yeah. I see. Elena gives me a hard stare as if she's trying to get under my skin. It makes me uncomfortable. Look, I'm sorry for your trouble. Perhaps you should ride it out and call their bluff. I don't want to lose you, Christian. I'm not yours to lose, Elena. That's not what I meant. What did you mean? I snap. Look, I don't want to argue with you. Your friendship means a lot to me. I'll back off from Anastasia, but I'm here if you need me. I always will be.
Oh,
Because, yeah, of
God.
course she was trying to chase her away because she sees that, we know that she secretly hopes that he will come back to her, that he's just been sowing his wild oats kind of thing. But eventually he'll see I'm the only one who can ever love him because I know the truth about him. She doesn't know the truth
She's a
yet.
monster. Was that
Exactly.
Sharon Stone? Who played her? Who played her? It wasn't Sharon Stone? Shit.
I don't think so. I think Marcia Gay Hardman was the mom,
Yes.
but Kim Basinger. It was Kim Basinger.
Oh, was it? I totally
Yes.
forgot that.
It was Kim Basinger, and because you needed a powerhouse in this role. And they, again, she's one of the many people that I'm like, okay, how many zeros were on the paycheck to get you in this movie? Because she really, throughout the trilogy, she's in like maybe one scene per movie. Like she definitely put in a full afternoon's worth of acting and that's it. And definitely took home like at least a 6-figure paycheck.
I hope so.
Which more power to you, girl.
Absolutely.
Like seriously, I begrudge none of them this.
Yep.
I begrudge nobody a paycheck movie. I don't.
Yep.
If you can get it, get it. But please admit that it's a paycheck movie. But also worth noting, Kim Basinger owns an entire town.
Wait, what?
She does. She owns an entire town. In the for real. In the late 90s, when she was at the height of her career and making millions, there was a very small town that basically was going to cease to exist because only 20 people still live there. They couldn't fund themselves, basically.
Wow.
So they put the town up for sale.
Okay.
And she bought it.
This is Schitt's Creek.
Is it?
Yes.
Well, I've never seen that show and I don't know anything about it.
So fucking funny.
I've heard it's really good. I've seen pictures. I know it won tons of Emmys and things like that. But that is true to life. Kim Basinger owns a town.
I think in Schitt's Creek, the dad got drunk and bought the town for his son. And then hilarity ensues. Yeah. Oh, that's such a good show.
Anastasia thinks that you saw me last Saturday. You called, that's all. Why did you tell her otherwise? I wanted her to know how upset you were when she left. I don't want her to hurt you. She knows. I've told her. Stop interfering. Honestly, you're like a mother hen.
Oh, worse than that.
Uh-huh. Elena laughs, but it's hollow, and I really want her to go. I know. I'm sorry. You know I care about you. I never thought you'd end up falling in love, Christian. It's very gratifying to see, but I couldn't bear it if she hurt you. I'll take my chances, I state wryly. Now, are you sure you don't want Welch to sniff around? I suppose it wouldn't do any harm. Okay, I'll call him in the morning. Thank you, Christian, and I am sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. Bullshit!
Bullshit.
Bull fucking shit.
Bullshit.
I'll go. Next time I'll call. Good. I stand and she takes the hint to get up too. We walk into the foyer and she gives me a peck on the cheek. Yes! Epic bullshit! Yes, you meant to interfere, bitch! You knew what you were doing. You were trying to
Because of
scare up the
pressure on him.
competition because somebody has come along. Like she knew the other submissives were just passing amusements. But Anastasia's the first one who's a threat to her and her long-term plan. So yeah, you were trying to make her go away. That's what you were doing, bitch. Like, don't play.
So pathetic. Refill.
Yep. Oni-san, Papi, you are correct. See, now you're making me think of Memoirs of a Geisha and how much better of a book that is.
Oh, that's such a good book.
Isn't it wonderful?
It is such a good book.
And the movie, too. So amazing.
I never saw the movie.
We so gotta watch it. So good. So good. Like, and the behind the scenes and the production, like, Jesus. The fact that they got it made the way they did.
Oh, yeah?
Wow. Really wow. Like, yeah, when we watch it and I fill you in on some of the things, believe me. Wow.
Oh, that's cool.
Epic wow.
Cool.
It's been too long since I've seen that. It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
It's one of my favorite books of all time.
Yes, he did. John Williams wrote the score. So that
John Williams is amazing.
Isn't he? Legend.
He is amazing.
Absolute legend. Duel of the Fates, Christ's sake.
He's done everything.
This is the book, Oni-san, Papi. It's darker. It's 50 Shades of Grey being retold from Christian Grey's point of view. The original 50 Shades is from Anastasia's point of view. Then 4 years later, the author rewrote them from his point of view. The same story, but his point of view. And this is the second book. So the first one, it was 50 Shades Darker, 50 Shades Freed. These ones are called Grey, Darker, and Freed. So we're in the second book being told from his point of view. I'm glad it makes you feel like you're reading it. We're here every Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern until whenever we finish.
Yep.
So feel free to drop in anytime. We always like the company.
The more, the funnier.
Yeah, exactly. That's very true. And we're losing my place because I always lose my place.
Yeah.
We walk into the foyer and she gives me a peck on the cheek. I'm just watching out for you, she says. I know. Oh, and another thing. Can you not gossip to my mother about my relationship with Anna? Okay, she says. Because also, yeah, she's the best friend of his mother.
Oh, I forgot that. Ew.
Yeah, I know, right? Like extra ew. But her mouth is pinched. She's irritated now. The elevator doors open and she steps inside.
Bing.
Good night. Good night, Christian. The doors close and Anna's words from her email earlier today come to mind. Irritating baggage. I chuckle in spite of myself. Yes, Anna, you are so right. Anna's sitting on my bed. Her look is inscrutable. She's gone, I say, anxious about Anna's reaction. I don't know what she's thinking. Will you tell me all about her? I'm trying to understand why you think she helped you. She glances down at her fingernails, then up at me, her eyes clear with conviction. I loathe her, Christian, and I think what she did to you, I think she did untold damage. You have no friends. Did she keep you away from them? Oh, Christ, I've really had enough of this. I don't need this now. This is in his head.
Yeah.
Why the fuck do you want to know about her? Yeah, there's an appropriate response. She's showing concern and compassion for what she sees as horrible trauma, which is true. You don't see it that way. But your response is, why the fuck do you want to know? After you've been fighting all day.
These books just give me the ick.
They are the ick. They are the ick, and they should be taken that way.
Wash it off.
They should be such a cautionary tale, and yet somehow they pulled the wool over the eyes of the entire planet and sold it as a romance.
I know.
It's possibly the biggest marketing deception ever pulled off, except for New Coke.
I don't get it. I was working at Indigo at the time, And
So you know, you saw. No.
There were zillions of these books.
Yes.
And of course, we all read them.
Of course.
But finding out that they were Twilight inspired was the ick.
That's enough of the ick to begin with, yeah.
Ground zero for the ick.
We had a very long-standing affair. She beat the shit out of me often, and I fucked her in all sorts of ways you can't even imagine. End of story.
Wow! Thanks.
Wow! Just salt of the earth right there! Damn!
Oh, and it's really shitty writing on top of it.
It really is, yeah.
So shitty. Good God.
She's taken aback. Oh, yeah, you just metaphorically took your dick out and slapped it with her, and if you'd actually done that, I'd believe it more. Because he would totally do that. He's definitely done that. 100% done the dick pistol whip thing, which some guys like, and I'm just like, that is so much degradation and abuse. Don't even think it in my direction, or I'll cut it off. Hey, I took Lorena Bobbitt as an inspirational tale.
We all did.
Right.
We all did.
And I was young enough that I was supposed to pretend I didn't know what that was about.
Oh man. The women everywhere just were like,
yes, absolutely yes. Yes.
Yep.
Eyes flashing, she tosses her hair over her shoulder. Oh, yes, because righteous indignation, hair flip.
Uh-huh. That's an important detail.
Of course. Why are you so angry? Because all that shit is over. She's asking him.
Okay.
Why are you getting angry with me? Because all that shit is over. And I'm shouting. Anna looks away, her mouth a hard line. Damn it. Why am I so volatile around her? You are around everybody, you fucking douchebag. Like, and again, he's been like abusing and cruel as shit to everyone in the office all day.
Yeah.
Calm down, Gray. Voice in his head.
One day?
No, all the time. He's like, I'm amazed he can keep a staff for more than 3 months the way he's like such a douchebag and rude and cruel and mean and snaps at everybody all the time.
Yeah.
I sit down beside her. What do you want to know? You don't have to tell me. I don't mean to intrude. Anastasia, it's not that. I don't like talking about this shit. Well, there's a clue. There's a clue. If it was the loving, tender, she helped me grow into a real man relationship, why do you not like to talk about it? Huh?
So yelly. Why are you so yelly about it?
Exactly. Why does it make you angry to talk about it if it was the loving, respectful, caring relationship?
Oh, we got the red flag out.
Yes, we have the red flag.
Red flag.
Yes. This is the third appearance of the red flag tonight, which is actually that's like on the low side.
Just tonight.
Yeah. It's on the low side, but yeah. Giant red flag, guy. Maybe you need to reconsider what your relationship actually was, because you were a 15-year-old and didn't know shit about fuck. I've lived in a bubble for years with nothing affecting me and not having to justify myself to anyone. She's always been there as a confidant, and now my past and my future are colliding in a way I never thought possible. I never thought I had a future with anyone, Anastasia. You give me hope and have me thinking about all sorts of possibilities. You've said you'd move in with me, head voice. I was listening, she whispers, and I think she's embarrassed. What? To our conversation? Christ, what did I say? Yes. Well, she cares for you. Yes, she does. And I for her in my own way, but that doesn't come close to how I feel about you, if that's what this is about. Oh.
You're back.
Oh, you're there. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I thought like you cut out, but I'm not jealous, she says quickly, and tosses her hair over her shoulder again. Ah! You're failing the Bechdel test hard. I'm not sure I believe her. You don't love her, I sigh. A long time ago I thought I loved her. When you were in Georgia, you said you didn't love her. That's right. She's perplexed. Oh, baby, do I have to spell it out for you? In his head. Yes, because you're not making any goddamn sense. I loved you then, Anastasia. You're the only person I'd fly 3,000 miles to see. No, that was to keep tabs on because she wasn't sure about your abusive relationship and ran to her mommy for some comfort and perspective. And you lasted about 8 hours before you flew there, stalked her, coerced her into sex, and then insisted that she fly back with you immediately rather than spending 2-3 days with her mom like she planned to get some distance and perspective on your potential relationship. Because again, it's the isolation thing that abusers do. Because they know that if you talk to anyone outside their controlling bubble, they're going to point out that he's an abusive monster and you need to run.
Yes.
And he couldn't risk that.
No.
Like literally since they've met.
Yeah.
Except for the 3 days that they were broken up. That is the longest they have spent apart, and it was 70 hours.
Yeah.
Other than that, he makes damn sure she is not away from him for more than 6 hours at a time.
You don't think it's because he loves her?
No. Did you ever watch Smallville?
No.
Okay, because I was gonna say it's like the Superman prequel, but it's kind of a bit of a crossover with X-Men.
Oh, really?
Because they in that version the meteorite crash where Superman comes to Earth where after Krypton blows up and so there's kryptonite meteors that pepper the Earth and that's why kryptonite exists and his space capsule lands at the same time. In that version of the show, the kryptonite, because it's radioactive, also causes several people to become mutants with various powers revealed throughout the show, and it's kind of their version of a villain of the week.
Oh, yeah.
And there's one of them because it has a Lex Luthor, and I will say that Michael Rosenbaum plays Lex Luthor, and he's sexy AF in that role. I would hit that, but we would have a bondage relationship where he's tied to the bed because he's definitely kinky as fuck in that series. They try to underplay it. It's supposed to be a teen series, and he's because Superman and all his friends, they're all teenagers in high school, but Lex Luthor's about 10 years older than them.
Yeah.
And so when it gets into his sex life, he definitely hints that he is a kinky motherfucker more than once. So yeah, he would be tied down with some leather and I would be doing nasty things to him. And he would get to come if he was a very good boy. But there is an episode where he disappears for a week and then comes back and he's married to somebody that we've never seen before. He just whirlwind and met this person and 3 days later they're married. And we find out that basically she is Poison Ivy from Batman and Robin with the love dust. You know, where Poison Ivy's and she blows the love dust and it makes them infatuated with her. Basically, she has that power that if she kisses someone, they become infatuated with her and they can refuse her nothing because they're enthralled to her. And that's what she's done to Lex Luthor. But her power only lasts for about 6 hours. So she has to kiss him intimately every 6 hours to drug him with her pheromones to keep him under her control. And that is what Christian Grey does. Only in his case, he's the cult leader brainwashing and manipulating a neonate into his cult. And so he can't let her be away from him for more than a certain number of hours or her brain will return to normal thinking and she'll see the manipulation, the abuse, the coercion. And so that's why he makes very sure that she's never away from him for more time than that. So that's why he followed her 3,000 miles when she's like, I need a break. I need to go see my mom. You're asking me to be your submissive and let you beat me. And I don't know how I feel about that. And I just had sex for the first time and I don't know what I want. I don't know what I'm feeling. And I just need some space to be able to think because I can't think when you're around me. And of course he doesn't give her that because she would figure out that he is terrible and leave.
For the record, I would have dated this guy in a heartbeat.
Yeah. I know the type. Yeah.
I mean, the money.
Mm-hmm. Again, I always said the thing that doesn't make sense is that he never paid his submissives. If it came out that he was paying them $100,000 a week, it makes way more sense.
He wasn't paying them.
No, they got nothing. Exactly. That's one of the most infamous lines is when he explains to her that he wants to whip and beat and violently fuck and control every aspect of her life from what she wears to when she goes outside, making her exercise, making her take birth control she doesn't want, to controlling what she eats, definitely, and what she thinks and who she sees. And even during the week, because he's like, well, I only need you to be here Friday nights through Sunday night as my fuck doll, but during the week I still expect you to obey all my rules even though you're not with me. And she was like,
contract.
well, what do I get out of it? And he literally just said,
You
she's like,
get
what do I get out of it?
me.
And he literally says, me.
Yeah.
Like he's God's fucking gift. And I'm like, that makes no sense. You're an epic douchebag who won't even, you just want them barefoot and naked in your apartment as your fuck dolls. You're not taking them out to the opera on your arm or, you know, elevating their social standing or their career. Like, again, if he was paying them $100,000 a week, then it makes sense. Then I will put up with your douchebaggery.
Then they would
at that pay rate.
Then they would have the means to leave.
Exactly. But even then, his contract is only for 3 months.
That's true.
Because he gets bored. You know, he's an immature child, and it's like, I'm bored with this toy. You know, and it's because they get used to his abuse. Because he said he likes to hear them scream and cry. And once you beat somebody enough, they're going to stop screaming and crying. They're not going to react anymore. And that's when he loses interest.
What is E.L. James? Is she writing from
personal experience? We have wondered. When we were reading the first series, oh my God, there were questions about her marriage. Oh my God, did we say that so many times that like, oh my God, has anybody done a welfare check on this woman? Because her writing like this, it's coming from somewhere.
I've never thought of it like that before.
It has to be coming from somewhere because people, the adage is true, and I can attest to this. People write what they know.
Mm-hmm. That's
so first rule.
Always.
So yeah, like one of our frequent running things while we were reading through the first series was like somebody needs to check on her, or her husband is a monster. Like really is.
What kind of research would you do if you didn't know? Double
None.
ick.
She did no research.
Double ick.
Yep.
She had all of these books written in her head, I bet.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Beforehand.
Probably. The feelings I have for you are very different from any I ever had for Elena. And Hannah asked me when I knew this. Excuse me. Ironically, it was Elena who pointed it out to me. She encouraged me to go to Georgia. Yeah, because she wanted you to blow it, because Anastasia said, give me space. And so the worst thing you could do is follow her. But her mama, but also Anastasia's mother's blatantly a gold-digging whore. And only after, when Christian arrives, at first her mom is like, well, honey, if you're not sure about it, and if he's really that bad, you know, walk away. There's plenty of men in the sea. You don't need to be with him. But then when he shows up and flashes his gold card, and mommy realizes that he's rich, she literally tells her daughter, because he goes up to the hotel room, and she tells her daughter, go up there, sleep with him, and try to get pregnant. Like it's
okay. Is she supposed to be Bella's mom?
Yes.
Because Bella's mom was adorable.
Bella's mom's an idiot twit.
She was adorable. She was like, I didn't lose my phone cord, it ran away.
Yeah.
She was a dip. But
she was a terrible mother. They're both terrible mothers.
They're kind of stupid. Yeah.
They're stupid, yeah. Because they're characters that don't need to exist.
Not really.
You know, go the Disney route. The parents are dead. Do you know why in Disney stories, at least the mother is always dead? Because Walt Disney had just lost his own mother when he founded Disney Animation. And so he poured his grief into all the stories, and that's why all of them have dead mothers.
You know, my daughter grew up a Disney kid, and
me too, yeah.
He pointed out that Moana, I think, or no.
I haven't seen that one.
One of the princesses still had both parents. The one from Louisiana.
Frozen? Oh, Tiana.
Tiana, her.
Frog princess.
Both parents, and I didn't.
Oh, really? I didn't know that because I haven't seen that. That's actually true? Her parents are alive?
Good. Yeah. I
was starting to like age out of Disney when that came out.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of do want to watch the Disney ones that I've missed, like Brave, I've never seen, Moana, Frog Princess.
Is so funny.
I was told that I would really like Brave.
It's so good. Yeah. It's so funny.
She's kind of like the anti-princess. She was the first one where they took a chance of having a female lead who was like, no, I don't want to wear the ball gown and be a princess. I want to, be free and run the wilds.
He's
And
a tomboy, like the rest of us.
also kind of a variation on Pocahontas a little bit.
Yeah, I think.
But Pocahontas, they just whitewashed the fuck out of that.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Because the real story of Pocahontas is a tragedy.
The
Like,
newer
she was
stuff,
sold into sex slavery at the age
the
of
older
12.
stuff is like.
Oh, fair point. Yes, Aurora did have.
I didn't know that.
Yes, but also it's also true that Aurora has the least lines in her own movie. She has 3 lines in the entire movie. True
She's
fact.
asleep the rest of the time.
Yes. That's exactly why. Yeah, she has in the original animated. She has 3 lines in the entire movie. Also, by the way, Sleeping Beauty, Cinderella, and Snow White are all married to the same man because they are all called Prince Charming and nothing else. So he's a bigamist, which I will always laugh at.
I feel so betrayed now because Cinderella is a princess.
He doesn't have a name.
He's Christian Grey. He's Christian Grey. They're all so
no. I think the first Disney prince to have a name was in The Little Mermaid, where his name is Eric, and
yes, it is.
He doesn't have a last name. Can we also point out he doesn't have a last name?
But kids don't care about last names.
No, they don't. They don't even notice. He's got a dog.
Man.
And you're just glad the dog's okay after the boat wrecks.
You could probably analyze.
Oh God, yeah. Did you know all the Disney princesses have been aged up like 3 times? Because canonically, and I'm not making this up, canonically when The Little Mermaid came out, Ariel is 12.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah, all the Disney princesses were young. Ariel is 12. Snow White was 13. Aurora famously is 16.
I wouldn't even
Pocahontas, even in her own movie, even though she was modeled after like a 30-year-old actress, again, canonically, she was 15. And they've changed that over the years. They aged them up.
Yes.
Because
that's why
they did. In the early 90s, they got called out for it of, hey, you have underage girls with princes who are known to be 30. Because again, how do we know Eric's age? Because on the ship, what are they celebrating? They're celebrating his 35th birthday.
Oh, jeez.
So we know that he is 35 and Ariel was 12. That is a Disney fact. Now they have aged her up, and I think canonically Ariel is now 16. She is still one of the youngest. The oldest Disney princess is Elsa from Frozen because she is being coronated at 21, making her the oldest.
Why? Oh, God, I don't want to ask why. I don't care.
Philip was Sleeping Beauty. Is he actually called Philip in the movie? If he is, I will retract my statement about Prince Charming. Maybe I was confusing it with one of the others, because I know there's 3 movies where it's Prince Charming. But isn't Philippe his horse? I swear I'm not drunk. Yes. But isn't Philippe his horse?
I wouldn't know.
I would have to Google. I'm not doubting you, Sarah. I'm just saying I would have to Google to verify, because I think Philippe might have been his horse.
I'm trying to
remember. I will definitely check, because I haven't seen that in like 30 years.
I'm anti Sleeping Beauty because she's just a cheap Cinderella knockoff.
Yes, true.
In my humble opinion.
And they reused some of the animation from Sleeping Beauty in the Robin Hood one where they're foxes. They reused the animation because everything was hand drawn then.
Yes. Amazing. But yeah. No.
Well, also we know, and this is one they can't change because it's in the movie, Jasmine is 15. Because what is the urgency of the story is that she's turning 16 and she has to be married before she's 16. That's the whole plot point. So the first Disney princess to show visible stomach and show her belly button, which was incredibly controversial.
Yes. Yes.
And she's wearing see-through, like, harem pants. They're literally called harem pants, and a bra for a top.
No mother.
No mother. We never learn anything about her mother or what happened to her. There's no mention. There's not even a passing mention of her having a mother at all. And then they did a really shitty live action remake.
I am against the live action remake.
Oh yeah, no, I hate all the live action remakes. I haven't even seen them all. I've seen about 4 of them. But they're all utter shit.
I don't want to see real people. The only, and it wasn't a Disney. The only non-animated Disney movies that I like are Enchanted.
Enchanted is good. I love Enchanted.
So funny.
Love Enchanted. Yeah, Enchanted, good.
So cute.
You know what I never got through because I hated it? One of only 2 movies I've ever stopped watching because I'm one of those people that's finished what they start. Into the Woods. Hated it.
I
Utterly hated it. Didn't even make it to the halfway point.
I didn't want to watch it. I don't like musicals on screen. If
Oh,
I like a musical, I'll go to a musical.
I like classic musicals like Gigi, King and I, you know, Rodgers and Hammerstein, that kind of thing.
Yes, we are very
Phantom of the Opera
musical in our house. But my
Mhm.
daughter has made me sit down. Not maybe, but I have to sit down. Like, I'm so glad I got to watch Coco.
Oh, I haven't seen Coco, but I heard good things.
So good.
I heard good things.
Good. It's so freaking good, and that's where I learned the word abuela.
Yeah.
Hey, abuela.
Okay.
Right.
Anna's expression changes. She looks wary. So you desired her when you were younger. Well, yeah, she was older and giving him sex. Like, what do you... If you offer sex to a 15-year-old boy, he will do anything.
Kinda.
No, actually.
Yep.
Yes. She taught me a great deal. She taught me to believe in myself. But only when she gave you permission, right? But she also beat the shit out of you. Yes, she did. And you liked that? At the time, I did. So much that you wanted to do it to others. Yes. No. And this is E.L. James's biggest goddamn mistake in not understanding how BDSM works. He should never have been a submissive to somebody else. Because most people do not go from being a submissive to being a dominant. That would make him a switch. But that would mean that he still goes back and forth between the two, which is not true. You don't progress from being a submissive to a dominant. It's not a promotion. That's not how it works.
Isn't it like a preference?
It is, and it is hardwired. Like
yeah.
Like, come here. No. Oh, he wants belly. But I've known so many arrogant men that think that just because they're male and they have a penis, that they have to be the dominant because men are supposed to be the dominant of women. Therefore, because I'm male, I must be the dominant. And within an hour with me, they are very much the submissive, and I am the dominant because it is nature. And loving it, yes.
There you go.
Oh, on their knees, crawling to me, begging, worshiping.
Oh shit!
I am a dame that does worship, but yeah.
I just watched a movie.
But yeah, too many guys think, well, I must be a dominant because I'm male. No. Up. Bo. No, I'm not going to rub your belly again. Up. Okay, then you're getting ignored. He'll be up in 2 seconds. Yeah, up. Come on, you want to come up? I said no, you're not getting more belly unless you come up.
Baby Girl. That's the name of the movie.
Oh, I don't think I know that one.
It's Nicole Kidman.
Come on. Up. Do you mean Birthday Girl?
No.
Okay, I don't know that one.
I came across it on Prime.
Well, puppy, your paw is where it doesn't need to be.
She's like a big executive at a company, and she starts messing around with an intern.
Okay.
And he has some interesting
proclivities.
Qualities. Yes. And she is all over it.
Right.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, no,
good movie.
A lot of men that are in their private lives and like the kind that pay thousands of dollars to dominatrixes to make them crawl around and bark like a dog while they're being spanked. They are guys like Christian Grey who are self-made masters of the universe because they have to be so in control during the week. They have to be in charge of everything and dominating and put on this aggressive male front that to relax, they need the complete opposite.
I would like to watch that movie with you just to get your take on this character.
Yeah, totally. Totally.
It wasn't long enough. And
you know what? We'll do Baby Girl and Secretary back to back. That would be a great double feature. You know what? Anybody who's on my Discord, we'll try to do movie night on Discord with those two. We'll do a double feature. What do you think, puppy?
Look at that little face.
I know, I need to kill yourself, face. How do you think I didn't get thrown out on the street after I spread charcoal all over Mommy's apartment? When I found a bag of black Conte sticks, chewed the shit out of them, and then streamed it all over the apartment, including a very expensive piece of furniture. He was entirely black when I came home. What?
Years ago, John had a dog, and he ate a box of crayons.
Oh no. Rainbow colored vomit.
Rainbow poop.
Oh, that too, yeah.
Rainbow poop.
I had a dog once that ate, you know those stocking footies that you get to try on shoes?
Yes.
Yes. When those started becoming a thing that people bought at home, he ate a pair of those and pooped them out whole. They were still in one piece when he pooped them out.
So uncomfortable.
I didn't even know that he had eaten them until they came out. I didn't know.
My cat Teddy will eat random pieces of plastic wrappers and things like that, and
Yes, my Thomas does that. He licks plastic.
Yeah, he'll chew plastic tape on a box.
Oh God! I swear, Thomas gets high off the glue on the tape. I swear.
He's got to be something he gets out.
I have to keep tape in a high drawer because he will steal it, and then act. Then I swear he licks the glue. He acts high as fuck. His eyes are huge. He acts really high.
That's not good.
And then he plays with it and winds up taping his back leg to his ear or something, and I have to cut him loose.
No, Teddy doesn't do that.
What yeah, no, I swear he gets high off the glue. I swear.
I mean, it smells like you could get high off of the tape.
Yeah, and it's off like Scotch tape. I swear he gets high AF. So I have to hide it from him. But he's a plastic licker, yeah.
Yeah, Teddy.
Especially like if I've been carrying a plastic bag, he licks around the handles where I was carrying.
I mean, I firmly believe in reincarnation.
I'm not sleepy. I'm not sleepy. I'm not sleepy.
He's so cute.
I know that's how I get away with things.
That's right.
That's how I get away with being a destructive puppy. Because I once ate a cushion. I left him alone. I came home, and he was sitting inside a giant hole that he had ripped in the cushion of an $800 custom-made chaise lounge that I had for less than a month.
Oh my God.
He got anxious and got destructive because he gets destructive. And yeah, he had chewed a huge hole in it, ripped all the stuffing out, strewn it from one end of my apartment to the other, and then he was inside the cushion when I got home. And I was, Jesus Christ, what have you done? And I'd only had him for a couple weeks when he did that. I took him from a friend of mine because a friend of mine bought him for their grandson when the grandson was like 2 and too young. And so the grandson tried to like dismantle the puppy by ripping his legs off. And so my friend was like, okay, he's too young for a dog. You take the dog, which I wasn't looking for another dog at the time, but I took him in because he needed somewhere to go.
Yeah.
And so I took him in, and then, yeah, within like 3 weeks of my having him, he did that.
The same dog that John had that ate the crayons, he destroyed the upholstery inside his car.
Yep.
He ate the upholstery.
Yep. Some dogs, like this one right here, when they get anxious, they get destructive.
Well, the Border Collies are working dogs.
Oh, they're high strung though.
They're working dogs. They don't like to be.
Look at the face. Look at the face.
Oh my goodness.
Look at the face.
You should be in Vogue.
You should be asleep. You're asleep.
You're so cute.
Yes, you are. Okay.
Look
you're gonna go.
Face. Look at that face.
Yes, you're gonna lay down on your pillow and curl up, and then we finish the last 5 pages.
No. Now, where the heck are we? I forget. Oh, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. He mutes me on purpose. Yes. He knows how to do it. So Elena has left, and they're fighting about his past relationship with her because he still insists that it was loving and beneficial, and she's like, are you fucking kidding me? She's an abuser who should be in jail.
That about sums it up.
Yep. So much that you wanted to do it to others. Yes. Did she help you with that? Yes. Did she sub for you? Yes. Anna's shocked. Don't ask me if you don't want to know. Well, this is the first time you're actually answering.
Being honest.
Yeah, it's the first time he's being honest. She's asked him several times before, and he's
Yeah.
always blown her off.
Yeah.
So this is the first time he's coming close to telling the truth.
Yeah.
Do you expect me to like her? No. Though it would make my life a hell of a lot easier.
That's what is he thinking that or saying that?
Saying it. He's saying this out loud.
Oh, okay.
I do understand your reticence. Reticence? Geez, Christian. If that were your son, how would you feel? Valid point.
Exactly.
Now this is in his head. What a ridiculous question. Me with a son. Never. Because he's already made it clear I'm never having children. Which, by the way, for a man who hates condoms, if you think you never want to have kids, have a vasectomy, you idiot.
I know, it's so easy for them.
And even if the just in case, you can freeze your sperm, a lot of it, you have the money, so that you can have a child via surrogate to shut your mother up about grandkids later.
And it's reversible.
And it's reversible. So then you could have a vasectomy and you wouldn't have to worry about condoms and you wouldn't have to worry about birth control, which she's against. But no, because I bet you anything. Either it's because A, E.L. James is too stupid to think of that. And B, he would see it as emasculating somehow.
Well, she was after the happy ending.
Yeah.
Which is stupid.
But you can still have it. They still come after a vasectomy. It doesn't stop them from coming. It just means there's no viable sperm in it.
Yep. I know. It's so. Yeah.
But yeah. He's like, I know people that have had vasectomies.
Mm-hmm.
One of whom it was after, they had 4 kids and they decided that that's enough.
It's time to stop.
Yeah. Especially because 2 of them had complications for her and she was like, okay, after the last one, that's enough. We're not having any more.
Yeah.
So either you do that or we're never having sex. Your choice. Your choice. Either get a vasectomy or you're never getting any ever again. Take your pick. Take your pick, darling. Those are your options.
Oh my god. So easy.
And it's so safe for guys. Like,
no.
It's so safe for them.
And it's covered.
Yeah. Covered. Whereas, like, for women, a tubal ligation is not only major surgery and all the risks thereof, it's usually not covered.
A friend of mine has known her entire life that she did not want children. And she fought for like a decade.
You have to be 35 before they will do it here, and that's bullshit.
It's she's I think she's had it done, but she was so pissed off.
I would be too, because at 35 you're so like you're past your best childbearing years anyway. The risks of complications for you and the child go way up at 35, and I think that's why they drew the line there. But
you should be able to have that. You should be able to have that anytime you want.
Who are you, government stooge, to tell me that, you might change your mind in the future? And that's literally the argument.
I know. That's what they told her.
That is literally the goddamn reasoning, is you might get married and decide you want kids. Go fuck yourself. Why is there no age limit on vasectomies? If men had to be 35 to get a vasectomy, I'd shut my fucking mouth. But they don't. I've known guys at 18 who got a vasectomy.
I don't get it. She went through so many doctors.
Yes, and women have to go through psychological screening before having it, and men don't.
Yes, she did. I mean, she's...
No, I literally knew a guy that I went to high school with who, once he turned 18 and he's a legal adult, he chose to have a vasectomy. He's like, yeah, because I want to fuck a lot of women when I'm in college and I don't want any babies. And then when I get married, I'll have it reversed and have babies then. Which I gotta admit was kind of genius on his part.
It really is, because it's so universal.
It was kind of genius. I gotta applaud his long-term thinking there.
That is, thank you, sir.
Yes, if I don't want any accidental babies, so I'm gonna make sure I don't have any accidental babies because I intend to fuck every woman who will let me.
And there's no
power to you. I wish you luck. I was like, I hope you get laid a lot in college. Good luck.
I mean, that's so smart.
I know, right? He's kind of a genius. In a weird way, he was kind of a twisted genius for it.
Those are the genes that we want in the
Yes!
school, though.
That's the guy you were having the babies eventually.
They would be smart.
Yeah, the logic was just undeniable.
Honestly.
It's like, can you spread the word to others of your gender, please?
I mean, what guy is gonna not want to do that?
Exactly. Every guy. Especially at that age. Men reach their sexual peak at 19. Women, 36. As to when you are the most horny.
That's why.
Yeah. That's why.
Anyway. I need to break. I just have to pee.
Okay. I'll keep going.
Okay.
What a ridiculous question. Me with a son. Never. I didn't have to stay with her. It was my choice too, Anastasia. Bullshit. Who's Link? Her ex-husband. Lincoln Timber. The very same. And Isaac? Her current submissive. He's in his mid-20s, Anastasia. You know, a consenting adult. Your age, she says. And that does not excuse the fact that he has said he was 15 when they started sleeping together. We've got like one of them's an email, so we've got really like 2 and a bit left. Enough in his head. Look, Anastasia, as I said to her, she's part of my past. You are my future. Don't let her come between us, please, despite the fact that that's exactly what she's trying to do. And quite frankly, I'm really bored of this subject! Oh my god, you've told her like 3 things after she's begged you so many times. You're bored of this subject. Jesus Christ. I'm going to do some work. In other words, I am shutting you down, I'm shutting the conversation down, and I'm going to my office. I stand and look at her. Let it go, please. She sticks her chin out in that obstinate way she does. I choose to ignore it. Oh, I almost forgot, I add. Your car arrived a day early. It's in the garage. Taylor has the key. So you're leaving her car in the place where her previous car got vandalized and destroyed, and you've done nothing to enhance security. And as we marveled over last week, he doesn't own the building, and yet he's acting like he does. And yet it would make perfect sense for him to own the building, because that would be a huge control factor for him. Like, would it surprise anybody if it was revealed that he owned the building and literally nobody else lived there because he didn't want anyone else living in his literal private tower? Like, that makes total sense. It would make total sense. Her eyes light up. Can I drive it tomorrow? No! For all the wasted dialogue and wasted lines over him giving her a car, the car being destroyed, the replacement car, and she never fucking drives the car! She's never allowed to drive her own goddamn car! Why not? You know why not. Layla, do I have to spell it out? Again in his head. And what difference does it make? What difference does it make if she's driving her own car? Explain to me how Psycho Stalker is a factor in whether she is driven to work by a bodyguard or she drives her own car. Like, what? At best, Layla destroys another car that you can easily afford. And it affects nothing, and I'm sure it's insured. Like... But still, she can't drive her own car because she might leave and never come back. I'm really curious, is the title even in her name? Or is it in his company name? Like, and we know it's riddled with trackers and internal cams and spyware. Like, I'm sure he can pull up the dash cam that faces her face on his phone. Excuse me. And that reminds me, I continue. If you're going to leave your office, let me know. Sawyer was there watching you. It seems I can't trust you to look after yourself at all. Fuck you! Fuck this guy and his money. Fuck him. Fuck this guy goddamn hard, motherfucking douchebag, loser, ass clown, motherfucker. How dare you come like that, you fucking ass clown, loser, douchebag. He's berating her. He's informed her that her new car is here. And he said, "Can I drive it tomorrow?" No. And then he's talking about her because she told him she wouldn't leave the office all day, but then her boss told her to go get lunch, and she did, and his spies reported to him. Yeah. So he says this, if you're going to leave your office, let me know. Sawyer was there watching you. It seems I can't trust you to look after yourself at all. She was doing her job, you epic prick. And you literally ended the day by sitting in a car across the street, watching the doorway. You fucking insane bastard. We got like a page and a half left. You fucking insane bastard. I bought you a brand new shiny car, but you can't drive it. I swear she never drives in this whole series. I swear.
Here's a theory. Here's a theory.
The car doesn't work.
Is Layla on purpose?
Maybe, because I know how Layla ends, and maybe...
I don't remember.
I'm curious to see it from his point of view, because there's several scenes, because again, the original books are from her point of view. So she barely sees Layla, but he clearly spends time with Layla several times without her knowing. So I suspect, because you weren't here to see this, but I have the third book, the final book, and here's how big it is.
Yeah, it's massive.
It's 750 pages.
Good Lord.
The original 50 Shades Freed, I looked it up, under 400 pages.
Yeah, they're all small.
So this is more than almost twice the size.
What the hell is going on in that?
Exactly. So all the scenes where he was with Layla without Anastasia knowing are going to be in here, and I'm waiting for that. Though honestly, what I want most is a flashback of Elena pegging him just for my own personal edification.
Of her what?
Pegging. Fucking him in the ass with a strap on while he sucks on something. Well,
Virgin ears here, girl. Virgin ears.
Okay. But he admitted previously, because they've talked about anal sex because Anastasia won't do it.
Yeah.
Because, like, she doesn't want to. She's not into that. And she asked him, like, well, have you ever... And he was like, yes. So, yes, Elena definitely did that. And I need, cathartically, that scene. Hello, big fat kitty.
This is Ray.
Hi, Ray. He's like, what are you doing to me? I am not for show. Love me. But don't push me towards the camera. I'm a big fat kitty.
She just...
Like, yes, I'm staring at you. Because you're not doing something I want you to do.
You can't really see it, but she has a wobbly head, like...
Oh, she's just doing those. I'm a kitty.
Nothing else. Oh,
she's beautiful.
You're gonna injure me.
That's what I'm for. It's like, not my fault they have claws. They have a use. Yeah. Oh, ouch, kitty injury. Also, you have a triquetra tattoo. I love it.
Almost got my tattoo. No.
Yeah, that's the worst. Next thing, scars and tattoos don't mix.
No.
Seems I can't trust you either, she says. God. You could have told me Sawyer was watching me. Get used to it. Do you want to fight about that too? I ask. I wasn't aware we were fighting. I thought we were communicating, she replies, glaring at me. Because the only way they do communicate is by fighting. That's true. Like, literally, fighting and fucking is all they do. And it's just alternating. Because he has two modes, horny and angry, and often at the same time. He has no other emotions whatsoever.
Ick. I'm just going to reiterate.
Yeah, he really has nothing else. I close my eyes, struggling to keep my temper. This is getting us nowhere. True. I have to work. I walk out, leaving her sitting on the bed before I say something I'll regret. Yes, I have to work, honey. Like, just, you go to bed. I'm gonna go do man stuff and earn money. All these questions. If she doesn't like the answers, why does she ask me?
Oh, come on.
Fuck you! Fuck you so hard! Elena's pissed too. I sit down at my desk and already there's an email from her. She literally just left his apartment like 2 minutes ago and she's got an email. Okay, so from Elena Lincoln to him. Christian, I'm sorry. I don't know what possessed me to come over. You were trying to draw him in to coming and be your rescuer and come back to you is what you were doing. And you didn't know he would have his girlfriend there because you're used to his schedule with submissives. And like you said, it's Monday. So he should have been alone for you to manipulate. And I'm sure the two of you would have wound up in the playroom if she had not been there. And he would have been the submissive that time.
She's such a useless character.
No, yeah, God. I feel that I'm losing you as a friend. That's all. I value your friendship and advice so much, even though it's well established that he goes to her for advice, not the other way around ever.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be where I am without you. No, I'd just be a rich, bored housewife fucking some other 20-something twink.
Yeah. She got half in the divorce.
Yeah. And her husband is a like from the 1700s timber baron, so she is worth like millions. And he said she was the one who loaned him the money to start his company when he went out on his own. So she's really, really rich.
That's right.
I wouldn't be where I am without you. Just know that, Elena. I think she's also telling me I wouldn't be where I am without her. And that's true. He's said that himself so many times. Like, he's said that. He credits her with making him the man that he is, and he doesn't see it's not because of her, it's in spite of her.
Yeah.
You know, but he doesn't see that because, again, she also taught him brainwashing and manipulation, which she continues. Why do you think they have lunch once a week? It's the same reason he can't let Anastasia be out of his sight for more than 6 hours.
She needs to know everything.
She has to reinforce her influence and her control over him and her being in all parts of his life. And he even said, he takes his submissives to her for her to groom and style them to his liking, but also for her approval. He said it's for his approval. She runs a salon, so it's a literal like grooming, like literally waxing them, waxing them from head to toe, cutting their hair the way that he likes, doing their makeup the way he likes. He buys the same wardrobe and the same car for all of his submissives. Yeah, they are literally just fuck dolls that he styles into something to use and then throws away.
Lame.
Oh, now we're having a flashback of him and Elena.
Oh, okay.
This is what's going to end the chapter. Here we go.
Okay.
She grabs a handful of my hair, tugging my head back. What do you want to tell me? She purrs, icy blue eyes boring into mine. I'm broken. My knees are sore. My back is covered in welts. My thighs ache. I can't take any more. And she's looking directly into my eyes, waiting. I want to leave Harvard, ma'am. I also hate that when he's in sub mode, he called her ma'am, because that's bullshit. You call her mistress, not ma'am. I say, and it's a dark confession. Yeah, because he dropped out of Harvard after like 2 years to start his business. Because you can just start a multi-million-dollar tech whatever company. And within, and also, by the way, he's only supposed to be like he's maybe young. He's young. He's like 24.
Yeah, he's young.
So he's built this billionaire empire in the space of like 3 to 4 years, supposedly, after dropping out of Harvard. Yeah.
But she gave him the money.
She gave him the money to get started. Harvard has always been a goal. For me, for my folks, just to show them I could do it. Just to prove to them I wasn't the fuck up they thought I was. Yeah, because he got thrown out of several schools for like fighting and being horrible.
All these details I've forgotten.
Yeah, his rich family covered up for him, of course.
Yeah.
Leave? School? Yes, ma'am. She lets go of my hair and swings the flogger from side to side. What will you do? I want to start my own business. She runs a scarlet fingernail down my cheek to my mouth. I knew something was bothering you. I always have to beat it out of you, don't I? Yes, ma'am. Get dressed. Let's talk about this. Okay, so this is the conversation that led to her loaning him the money. And now we're out of the flashback.
Okay.
I shake my head. Now is not the time to think about Elena. I turn to other emails. When I look up, it's 10:30. Anna. Yeah, you've left her alone for like who knows how long. I've been lost in the final SIP contract. That's the company she works for. I wonder if I should make it a condition of the sale to get rid of Hyde. Because her evil boss is literally called Jack Hyde.
Hyde.
As in Jekyll and Hyde. Like, you couldn't have been more fucking obvious. But that might be actionable.
Yeah.
I get up, stretch, and head into the bedroom. Anna's not there. She wasn't in the living room. I run upstairs to the submissives room, but it's empty. Oh yeah, his submissives had a private bedroom because he never slept with any of them.
Yeah.
Shit. Where could she be?
Just check your phone, man.
Yeah, like... Library? I hurtle back down the stairs. I find her curled up asleep in one of the wingback library chairs. She's dressed in pale pink satin, her hair spilling down over her chest. On her lap is an open book. Daphne du Maurier's Rebecca. Which apparently, according to E.L. James, inspired these books.
I have it, but I haven't read it.
I've never read it. I don't know anything about it, but apparently E.L. James is a big fan and tried to emulate her.
I thought it was like a...
I don't know. I don't know it. I don't have it. I really want to look it up to see, like... But apparently, I don't know if Daphne du Maurier is even still alive, but...
No, it's a really old book.
Right, I thought it was. So I'm sure she's very offended by...
Rolling in her grave.
Yep. I smile. My grandfather Theodore's family comes from Cornwall, hence my Daphne du Maurier collection.
Okay.
I lift Anna into my arms. Hey, you fell asleep. I couldn't find you. As I kiss her hair, she puts her arms around my neck and says something I don't understand. I carry her through to my bedroom and tuck her in bed. Because we have to have more infantilizing. And also, it's 10:30. She's a grown adult and she's passed out by 10:30. Like, really?
She been drugged?
Yes. Again, one of our headcanons here is that he constantly roofies and drugs her, even though the book actually bears that out several times unintentionally.
Right.
Sleep, baby. Softly, I kiss her forehead and head for the shower. I want to wash this day off my body. End of chapter! Yes, raise the roof. Yay for us.
You did it!
Yes. Okay, after I say goodbye, don't hang up.
No, I'm staying.
Okay, so for everyone watching, that will do it for tonight's edition of Bad Erotica Book Club. We covered a lot. We went longer than we usually do, but it was worth it because we had fun. We had fun and we had lots to rant about because the books are just getting worse and worse and worse. He's the worst. He's the worst. Nobody could live with him. Nobody could put up with him like on an ongoing basis because he's insufferable. And he's always the worst, and he never changes or gets better. And even when he apologizes for something, he doesn't change.
I still guarantee I would have dated the guy.
Yeah, I would put up with being his submissive for 3 months if he was paying me $100,000 a week.
That I could
say that.
Well, maybe
I could do that, but I would not. Maybe. I would not date him. No way. For me, I wouldn't date him. But if he's paying me, I will put up with you.
Because I could probably fix him.
I'm not one of those girls.
I could change him.
I'm not the I can fix him type. I'm
not anymore.
No, for me, and I made my half sister laugh her ass off at this when I told her that for me, sleeping with men they are exercise equipment. They are something that I am using for my own ends, but don't ever think that it's anything and don't ever try to be anything. You are disposable, and I make that very clear.
Why not?
Yeah, but see, unlike him, I'm upfront about it.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I'm a dominatrix. We have, BDSM stuff in common. I will do this to you because it gets me off and it gets you off.
Yeah.
But don't ever, A, we're never having sex. That's not happening. And B, don't ever think that we are anything emotionally or relationship wise.
Yeah.
You are a thing I will use when it suits me and only then. You make no demands, you make no insistence, you don't drop by unexpectedly and expect me to give you a session. Oh no, you come when I call and that's it. And all that implies.
Yeah.
Well, because coming without permission is a good way to get like banned by your dominatrix. But there's your education on BDSM, everyone watching for tonight. We will wrap this up. Have a good Canada Day weekend, everybody.
Right.
Have fun. Yeah, get out on the boat, get out on the lake, have some fun. I hope there's going to be some good fireworks. Have some barbecue. Like,
oh man.
Yes. Do we not need some barbecue? I need some burgers, char-grilled burgers. And corn on the barbecue. So good, right? Baked potatoes.
Yep.
Yes. All the trimmings.
Chicken.
Yes. My favorite kind of chicken. Yeah. So everybody have a great weekend. Enjoy yourselves. Love on a fur baby. I have been Insane Lane. This has been A Girl Named Joe. We're very glad to see you all. And until next week, we'll be back at 8 o'clock Saturday Eastern Time. Come and join us for more such fun. Until then, take care of yourself. Enjoy the weekend. Have fun. Bye-bye.